Give me 2 seconds to get set up and I'll answer that question. All right, we got that squared away. I'm gonna test out having my chat on that side of the screen. All right. Did we talk about playing Magic the Gathering? I've tried to play Magic several times, and it's never been something that I've gotten into. The only time I've ever gotten into and enjoyed playing a card game was playing Gwent on Witcher 3. So I'm not really much of a card game person, but I am looking to get into new hobbies, so maybe I'll get into Magic the Gathering. Really quick, just so I give my little spiel at the beginning of the stream. I am officially on, not my preferred, standard dose of Vyvanse, but I am on a much higher dose. I'm on 50 milligrams now as opposed to 30. So I can, for the first time in 8 months, feel like I'm actually concentrating. I actually feel like I can focus, like I can pay attention to something for more than like 20 seconds. So started watching Wick's stream to test that hypothesis, and I was able to, for 5 minutes straight, just watch it, and that's crazy. But must have been someone else. If you decide to give it another try, let me know. We got a pretty fun weekly group going on Tabletop Sim. Oh man, Tabletop Sim. I might, depending on who is involved, I might try and get in on that with you guys, just because I need to try and do new stuff, right? And everybody enjoys Magic the Gathering, and I shouldn't be a hater. I should enjoy things that other people enjoy too. Okay, let me just move some stuff on my desk and we will get started. I don't have any plans for today's stream whatsoever. I just felt like I could concentrate, and so that's why I'm streaming. Depending, I might not be hardcore responding to chat unless chat is keeping my attention. But I was going to attempt to start a Obsidian thing for research for different topics. I've started the process, or at least put the notice out there that I am interested in going on Tim Pool for his little debate show. So that is now officially in motion. So we can't say that I didn't at least try to go on Tim Pool's. All right. Let's see what else. As for the Twitch poll, people, it's like Let the Water Kai and Elder Drazi, so not like psychopaths. Otherwise, just relatively chill normies, so not like cancer politics the whole time. Good. That's something I need a lot of right now. Okay. So yeah, and I'm gonna explore. Actually, you know what? Obsidian tutorial, maybe? I just want like an intro. Oh, it's 15 minutes? Why has it got to be 15 minutes?
In this video, we're going to dive into the note-making app Obsidian, as if we are a complete beginner. Hi, I'm Nick Milo, and welcome to Linking Your Thinking, where we talk about the how and why of making meaningful notes. Let's get started. Okay, let's start by downloading Obsidian. Go to Safari, type in obsidian.md,
Wow.
and just download the latest version. Allow that to download. Close this. Once it's done, open it up, and simply drag it into applications. So I've already done that, and I put it into my dock here. So let's open it up first time. It should look like this for you. And it's saying open folder as vault. Create a new vault. What's a vault? A vault is simply a folder that Obsidian is looking at for its files. So let's create a new vault, and let's just call it a folder. And browsing location, let's put that folder on the desktop. And let's create it.
Oh, wait.
Here it is.
Oh, so, wait, hold on. I forgot I had that really quick. Tinflix, are you still in chat? Yeah, you are. I kept hearing Obsidian as Oblivion. Imagine my disappointment. Oh, we'll be playing Oblivion here in a minute. Don't you worry. So if you want to watch Oblivion, then you're a good spot. That Tyler average debate guy. Oh, 1 second. It's come on. How do I... are you fucking kidding me? Just let me fucking zoom in. And scroll sideways. How do I scroll sideways? I just want to show you this very strange fucking thing that Tyler said. Here, we'll just do it like this. Fuck it. Can someone explain to me why I saw him say this in Wick's chat, and I thought it was going to be a cat, so I went back. Bro, my face when it was an actual fucking baby that he was begging to fucking see. Chat needs to see. Chat needs to see the baby. The panel needs to show the baby. What was he trying to get across there? Send me this? Okay. 1 second. I was accidentally that entire little rant just got captured on voice to text to my girlfriend. So let me just backspace all of that. So someone calls you for a source, you should be able to open the notes Discord and search. Oh, wait, hold on. You said something. I think you should just have a notes Discord server with a bunch of channels for different subjects. No, I need to write it down myself is the problem. If I don't write it down myself, then I'm not going to learn it. And I don't want to just like have people collect information for me that I can then regurgitate out at people. I want to be able to know the information. 1 second. I am sending to Tinflix. Oh man. The Tim Pool thing is moving faster than I thought it would. Tron, we're gonna need to buckle down. All right. Holy fuck, that's incredibly weird. Right? That's what I thought. I thought it was incredibly fucking weird. But yeah, I guess if this does move as quickly as it seems like it's moving, then I need to shoot some messages to people really quick. Give me just a couple seconds. All right. Making money moves. Let's go. I'm gonna tell them we're brothers when I go. Wait, tell who you're brothers when you go where? What the fuck? Okay. Let's pause the music again. Okay, I want to see how to use this program, and then after we figure out how to use the program, then we will start collecting notes. You blind goofball. Wait, do you look like Tim Pool? I'm not sure if I... Wait, do I... Have I met you? Or have I seen you? Your face? I can't remember. Just because there's so many people who I've met through stream.
So what we see is it's right here. That's all it is, a simple folder.
I'll DM you.
Okay, so this is Obsidian. We're in. This is what it looks like. A little intimidating. I want you just to focus on this button. New note. That's the most important note right now. So let's click on that. I'm going to blow it up a little bit. Right away, it allows us to change the title up here. Let's call this guy Note Star. Our very first note. I hit tab, puts my cursor here, and I'm just going to say, hi, I'm a new note. That's all. Note Star is just saying I'm a new note. So what we want to see here is that if we go back to the desktop in this folder.
Hold on. Okay. What when he called out Omar for saying he was paid by Israel. Fuck, you're right. I do remember that. But I cannot remember. I remember all of those events. I cannot remember what you fucking look like. Jesus Christ. Whatever happened to that Omar guy? What was his Omar third rail? Does he still... Oh no. At third rail.
All right.
Okay, this is him. It is catastrophic that you could have this many subscribers and get 54 views. I think once everyone realized he was absolutely paid for the account, he was kind of embarrassed about it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how, like, because when you buy an account like this, you're going to have to assume that you're going to lose a bunch. You're going to lose a bunch in subscribers and shit, right? Because people are going to unsubscribe once they realize that it's a different account or they don't remember who this person is that they subscribe to. You're going to have to accept that there's going to be some hurt before there's any like even potential of growth. But he wasn't able to capitalize on that shit at all, was he? Jesus Christ. Are all of his videos? No, not all of his videos are shorts. Even his shorts are getting like similar amounts of views as mine. What the fuck? Okay. Anyways, what was I pulled up YouTube for a reason. We were going to do something. Social Blade super deep one time. Mr. Joe. Oh, Mr.
Folder.
Joe.
And browsing location, let's put that folder on the desktop. And let's create it. Here it is. So what we see is it's right here. That's all it is, a simple folder. Okay, so this is Obsidian. We're in. This is what it looks like. A little intimidating. I want you just to focus.
Okay, so I want to make a folder. New folder. New folder. Research. New folder. Wait, hold on. How do I... This is like the original project. How do I get... Create new canvas? Wait, what the fuck? I don't understand. Delete. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go through, I'm going to delete. 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 Okay. New note. Okay, let me see how this works here.
Focus on this button. New note. That's the most important note right now. So let's click on that. I'm going to blow it up a little bit. Right away, it allows us to change the title up here. Let's call this guy Note Star. Our very first note. I hit tab, put my cursor here, and I'm just going to say, hi, I'm a new note. That's all. Note Star is just saying I'm a new note. So what we want to see here is that if we go back to the desktop in this folder, this is Note Star. That's it. It's a .md file, Markdown, which is the same as a plain text file that you can open up with TextEdit, which is on any Mac in the world. Plain text is a type of format that as long as there are computers, there will be computers that can read plain text. And that's what we mean by a different term, future-proofing, that we'll get to later. Now going back to Obsidian, we've made a note, but what happens when we want to make a second note? Remember this, new note, okay. And let's call this one Never Note. No one likes me. They
Jesus Christ.
only like... This is the first magical moment in a software that can make links. I'm going to hit bracket, bracket, which pulls up a list of all my notes, and I'm going to select Note Star. They only like Note Star. Now if I do a click on Note Star, it takes me back to that original note. That is a huge, huge game changer. I mean, I'm getting goosebumps here because once we start linking our thinking, it opens up a whole new avenue of thinking. Honestly, it kind of reopens up the avenue of how we're...
So that's how you...
They only like Note Star. Now if I do a click on Note Star, it takes me back.
So if I wanted to make like a... So let's see. What are topics? Tariffs. Oh, I assume this has like bullet points. Insert, yeah. Let's see here. Tim has a bunch of knowledge about. Hold on, no. Hold on, because I'm not going to be debating Tim Pool if this happens. By the way, let's not just assume that it's going to happen. But so if it happens, I'm not going to be debating Tim Pool. And if he tries to pull up some Ahmed Aubrey stuff, then I'm just going to say I'm not here to debate you on Ahmed Aubrey. But if you're in chat, the 5 people total watching right now, or wait, hold on, no, 6 people watching total right now. Please throw into chat. Give me suggestions. Just scattershot any topic that is in the news, broad topics, and then we will go in here, and for each of these, there will be a note. Omega Research. Yes, we have enough Vyvanse to actually focus on research. So here, and we'll keep the background music going. Omegle? No, Omega Research. Or the president should be so stripped of power to be useless. But see, like, I don't even agree with that, you know? I don't agree with that. But they're certainly making a good argument for why the president should be stripped of all power and just be a ceremonial role. Okay. I also asked Non-Fawn for tariff debates notion. Let's see how damn. So this is just... See, this is exactly what I want to... This is exactly what I want to do. But in my... in mine. Oh, damn. If I could just copy and paste this and go through this. But that wouldn't help me because it's the actual act of doing the research that is the helpful thing. What is this? So funny. The president cannot order people to do anything illegal. At the end of the day, people are doing what he wants. If the president told Pete Hegseth to rape your mom, would that be illegal for Pete Hegseth to do? One second. I had the honor and privilege of meeting with senior Republican Party officials at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. They expressed support for my very clear position on how to act in Gaza and that the food and aid depots should be bombed in order to create military and political pressure to bring our hostages home safely. Yeah. Netanyahu is evil, and the Likud party is evil, and Ben Gvir is evil, and the Trump administration is evil. And every moral argument that Israel had to fight this war, which I defended for so fucking long, It is just out the fucking window. They've exceeded their war aims. They have crippled Hamas. They have crippled Hezbollah. They have crippled Iran. Syria has fallen. They could have had the hostages back months ago. They could have had the hostages back months ago. But they held out to see if Trump would win the election. Because if Trump won the election, he would let them do whatever the fuck they wanted. And he has. And now they're bombing the food and aid depots. And bragging about it openly. Because they met with the Republicans in Congress. Jesus Christ, dude. This is rough. That's the reality of the situation that we find ourselves in, is that the situation itself is rough. Okay. Israel should have stopped a few months ago, but they don't plan on it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's... I just don't understand how everything that could possibly be bad is happening at once. It's like every evil fucking person decided to ult at the same time. China is the only one that hasn't ulted yet, and I have a feeling that they're probably about to invade Taiwan. I think I've read something about them like giving an order to get that in motion. So it's like 200 people. What is like 200 people? Hi, Tinflix, you sensitive little baby boy. You. Why is Tinflix sensitive? It doesn't help that the PLO wants hostages released and that Hamas should de-arm. Sorry, I also have people messaging me about the temple thing. He asked in general. Oh, well, I self-banned myself, or I got myself banned intentionally from Wix server. So, see, they're on our side too. You got on pool? It's not confirmed. All right, I didn't expect for people to respond this quickly. I just messaged the contact person because I figured, well, if I'm not going to be streaming for a long time, you know, into the future, then I might as well go out with a bang and just like do as much fucking crazy cool shit as possible before I cuck my life out to the government and work on the Hill, which is, again, the entire goal. I described it. I talked to my mom before starting stream, and I describes what I've been thinking about for the past week to her, and I described it as like an anime training sequence where it's like the Saiyan saga in Dragon Ball Z, you know. You have 1 year. You have 1 year to prepare. That's what I've given myself. I have 1 year to prepare, and at that point, in about a year, midterms are going to start ramping up. And I want to be working with people on Capitol Hill by that time. It might be a completely unattainable goal, but that's the goal that I'm setting for myself so that I can maybe achieve it or exceed it. That would be cool. Let's see here. Full Kramer? I don't know what that means. Sorry. The Republican spin doctor? Yeah, that's me. Honestly, it's probably going to be hard to find. We have someone in mind for the debate, but like if I end up doing a duo debate with someone, it's going to be hard to find another conservative because I've burned so many fucking bridges. I know that I'm being unhinged on stream. I just can't. Kept dropping the N-bomb stage. Oh, I got you. But yeah. I know that I've been crashing out for like the past 3 months on the stream, and crashing out got old, and so now it's focus time. Okay. I keep on putting off actually doing the research. Okay. You know what? I just realized we haven't even finished the video for how to use the goddamn thing. Okay. We're going to finish this. I'm going to learn how to use the fucking program. Then we're going to get to it.
To that original note. That is a huge, huge game changer. I mean, I'm getting goosebumps here because once we start linking our thinking, it opens up a whole new avenue of thinking. Honestly, it kind of reopens up the avenue of how our brains actually work. So we're kind of getting closer to what feels natural. But let's use like a real situation on this. Imagine you have a favorite movie. We all have our favorite movies. For me, one of my favorite movies is The Matrix. It comes up all the time in conversations. I'm thinking about the red pill and the blue pill and choices. So why not kind of externalize that in this piece of software? So let's go back to New Note. And I'm just going to say The Matrix. And I have pre-written one
I have it sped up a little bit. Come on.
sentence. So first off, what am I trying to do here? I'm not trying.
Okay, so first what we can do is we can do tariffs. We can do free... well, I guess when it comes to tariffs, I'd have free trade in there. Okay, let's say... illegal immigration. Well, I guess I should just put immigration, because this is going to be like my ultimate everything research. So I should do economy, immigration, economy, trans issues, I guess we should. How would I? Legal issues like the Supreme Court, but I guess that would trump lawlessness. Someone give me some fucking suggestions. Come on, chat. Feed me something, okay? I'm a retard. Test, 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 test. Marco. We here? Follow. Sure, what's your opinion on fascism? I don't like it. Although, you know what? I wonder if I'd be able to find this tweet. What am I researching specifically? I am starting a research document because I want to be able to refer back to it. I want to get back to feeling. I want to feel like I'm learning something again. Foreign policy. Man, Twitter is Twitter down? No, it's not down. Okay, let me see if I can find this tweet. There was this tweet that I saw. Oh, there it is, right there. Man, how did I know that I'd find it? No one has yet explained what is inherently wrong with fascism. This is exactly what they have done every single time they have tried something new. They test it out by asking these questions exactly like this. People say that tariffs will ruin the country, but I haven't been able to see a single reason why they would. People are saying that Trump is a dictator, but they haven't really been able to explain why. And the reason they do this is because they're trying to get people to think that there are no good arguments against, what Trump is doing, or, what was being said on Twitter, or, what's wrong with fascism. They're trying to slowly boil the pot. When are you quitting streaming? I don't have a set date, and I don't have a 100% vision of whether I'm going to be full on quitting, or if I'm going to be just slowing down astronomically. It all depends on when I am able to start making money moves with the Democrats. I think it's good to be balanced. A healthy middle ground between liberalism, conservatism, and fascism is good. Well, it'd be liberalism. What? It'd be liberalism, fascism, and socialism if you're trying to find a nice balance. And I would choose the moderate wing of those three, which would be liberalism. I would choose the centrist route there. Okay. But again, really quick, if you're watching on YouTube, I see that there's 6 people watching on YouTube. Please like the stream. It helps me out more than you possibly could ever imagine. Liking the stream makes it to where more people show up in chat. And when more people are in chat, that means that I interact with chat more. And when I interact with chat more, people like the stream entertainment value more. So like the stream if you're watching on YouTube. Socialism? Yes, true Shang Yang Gang. There's one. There's 2 more likes. Can we get more? There might be a slight delay because of the previous stream dropping, but see if we can bump that number up a little bit further. See if more people can come through and chat. And you know what? I think I might as well go ahead and set up a shorts stream really quick. And while I'm doing that, please continue to throw suggestions in chat, please. It does help me. Tomorrow? Tomorrow for what? Okay. Go live there. And then when will it let me go live here? Go live there. All right, now we're set. I guess maybe the one thing you could point to in China that would make it more socialist than, say, fascist Italy would be the fact that they technically do not have private ownership of land. You know what? I don't know a lot about fascist Italy. I don't know a lot about their economics, like, at all. Legal cases? Yeah, I put let's see. What did I put? I put Trump lawlessness. Format. Can I do bulleted list? That wasn't what I wanted to do. Oh, there we go. I think more vague here is better. I'll just put legal, and then we can put social. Social, foreign policy. What else? Immigration, economy. I know if technically immigration is part of foreign policy. Economy, social, foreign policy. All right. Is there any like specific topics that we should look into? Just like have information on? Widespread state direction of investment. Okay. Well, that does sound a lot like China, doesn't it? China. Well, that'll go under immigration. Or I'm sorry, under foreign policy. Lab leak. That's not something I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably never gonna debate the lab leak thing again. No, maybe I should. What we making a list for? So we're preparing for the end times, but we're not 1,000% sure if the end times are coming. But I have 50 milligram Vyvanse now, so I am able to concentrate, and we are making a research document. It's entirely possible that I'm going to be on Tim Pool in the near future. and possibly the very near future. So I'm just trying to get back into the swing of things now that I'm going to be able to concentrate. Yeah, China doesn't have any private land sale or private land ownership whatsoever, right? Everything is like on a 99-year lease from the government. Yeah, we could do... education, science, what else? So what is this list? I told you so what I'm going to do is each one of these is going to link to a new note over here. And then in each one of these, it's basically going to be like the way your files on your computer are organized, but for research and notes. Does that make sense? Hello from Germany. How's it going, Kevin Toby? Nice to see you. I'm sorry we had to meet under these circumstances, but hopefully you'll stick around. All right. So we've got immigration, we've got economy, we've got social, legal, foreign policy, education, science. You know what we could just do? We could do most important issues, voters. Let's do 2025. Lolicon, never going to happen. Abortion. Abortion is probably something that would probably be under social issues. But I don't know if I ever... No, that's not true. Maybe in the future. It's just right now, in terms of the things that are the most damaging and the worst things that are happening in society, abortion is just like low on my list. Not that it's not something that we should fight for, but just like the fights that are going on with abortion, that's going to be going on at the state level in every single case now, unless we try and codify Roe at the federal level, which is not going to happen. So I couldn't be bothered to look up that fight right now. You know, healthcare would fall under social issues. No, it could fall under... No, it's going to be its own tab, because I don't know if we would put that under social, economy, or legal. So we'll put healthcare. Well, domestic policy is going to include everything in here. So domestic policy, I don't think is a... that would be redundant. Healthcare is under infrastructure. Well, I don't have infrastructure. Infrastructure would be... It's simultaneously too broad and too narrow of a topic. Where is my background music? Hello? Oh. Ladarius, how's it going? We are starting a list. Healthcare and infrastructure. I don't think we need infrastructure. Infrastructure is going to be under social policy, wouldn't it be? Or economy. Infrastructure would be under economy. Okay, I'll put infrastructure. Let's see here. And then I was looking at most important issues to voters in 2025 from Statista. I'll accept. Can I just see what the... Okay, hold on. Can I just make an account Oh my god. No, I'm not doing that right now. Government doing stuff locally should be a group. But like maybe in the future, but the problem is that what I'm doing here is I'm starting a research document, and it's going to be something that's going to link to itself internally over and over and over. Starting with the most broad topics is probably going to be fine. We don't need to come up with like 50 of the things, you know, issues in the 2024 election. We'll look at both 2024 and 2025. Oh, this is the one I just clicked on. All right, so this was for... Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to make Trump admin one. Crypto? Absolutely not. Crypto would fall under education because every crypto bro needs to go to fucking kindergarten again. Jesus. I think that's good. Okay. And then I want to keep on watching the video because this is going to show us how to organize this.
Trying to make a critique of the movie. I absolutely could. But for my purposes, what I like are the ideas, the concepts that I glean from different sources, such as movies like The Matrix. And Morpheus presents Neo with this choice, the infamous red pill, blue pill. And so what I'm going to do is just highlight this. I'm actually just going to hit the bracket and then bracket button again. And so I've created a potential new note. Now, once I click on it, now it's a new note over here. Here it is, right? That's pretty cool. That's really powerful. That's awesome. So what's so cool about red pill, blue pill?
So I can go like this. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, hold on. How do I undo? Okay, that was immigration. Or no. What was it? Oh, shit. Economy. Highlight the word first, and then... Okay. Gotcha. So let's do that. Okay. Okay. There we go. All right, there we go. Why is he doing this first? He just do this at the end? I just wanted to make the folders so that we could go into here and we could start putting our stuff. So like for economy, right? Tariffs. All right, and can you just add tags to documents and then it self-organizes? But I'm also going to be taking notes on all of the documents, right? So I'm envisioning this kind of working like a wiki, right? Where I can click onto highlighted words and that'll take me to the highlighted words page of notes that I took myself. Can't you just tag them after you write them? I don't know because I've never used this program before. So I'm like trying to figure out what the functionality of the, like what all it can do as I'm using it.
Now, once I click on it, now it's a new note over here. Here it is, right? That's pretty cool. That's really powerful. That's awesome. So what's so cool about red pill, blue pill? Well, it's really about choices and the willingness to have one's beliefs challenged. And, the more I thought about this concept, I threw in a second sentence, which is perhaps it's so difficult to take the red pill because we lose that sense of control, right? And sense of control is definitely something that's integral to a lot of my thinking about when I, feel in charge of what I'm trying to accomplish, and other times when I feel like chaos is taking over. So I know that's a note in the future that I'll want to create. But here's the thing, right now I can just add these brackets and it won't create the new note until I click on it. So it's just kind of a placeholder. It's a reminder for myself. Here's the other thing though. This reminds me of something. So I might type here, related, and let's call this adversity paradox. Cool. Now let's click on it to create the new note, adversity paradox. And so the adversity paradox is this crazy idea that we're never really seeking out adversity in our lives, but when we find it, we tend to grow from it. So it's the idea that we get stronger from the stressors in our lives. I mean, that's pretty fascinating to me. So I'm thinking about this idea, and it makes me think immediately to a book that I had to read in high school, and I fell in love with actually. It is by Viktor Frankl and his Man's Search for Meaning. And he makes the argument, he's a Holocaust survivor. He was. And he makes the argument that it's not sex that brings us meaning, like Freud would say. It's not power that brings us meaning, like Adler said. It's suffering that brings us meaning. Now, nowhere in the adversity paradox is the concept of Viktor Frankl. But because of how our brains work from our own personal experiences, in this case mine, I was able to make this connection. And to me, this is really powerful. And this is the power of linking your thinking, is because you can create these thoughts over time and they start to grow and build, which we'll get into more. So I'm just going to make the Viktor Frankl note. I'm not going to touch it right now. And I'm going to go back to the adversity paradox. What else? Maybe Nevernote could learn a thing or two from this concept. All right, so now we tied Nevernote back into this. And this takes us to, check this out. We're in this note called adversity paradox, and it has a linked mention to red pill, blue pill. Let's click back to that. Now, what does that mean? On red pill, blue pill, it links to the adversity paradox. So going back to the adversity paradox, here's the linked mention, right? Now that we're at red pill, blue pill, we have that the matrix links to it, right? And we can even read in context that it says Morpheus presents Neo with a choice. So we can click on that, and now we're back to the matrix note. So that's how these linked mentions work. And it's a great way, as you look at one note, to see all of the different...
Also, just for suggestions, keep in mind that I'm definitely, in terms of things that I'm going to talk about, it is just never going to happen anymore that we're going to have these just like purely conceptual debates over Keynesian versus Austrian versus, there might be like some funny, like every once a year debates where someone jumps into a call-in or something like that. But those debates are like debates for fun are just like, yeah, it is a shame because I loved learning about that stuff. But I realized that there's a lot of stuff that I'm not interested in learning about, even though they're like big political issues. I'm not interested in learning about them because they're just such... They're so far away from being affected You know, right now we have immediate issues and those are the things I want to primarily focus on. Yeah, reality.
Connections that you've made, which takes us to the last point, the last part of this demo, which is the graph view. Now check this out. This is pretty cool. This is what we made in the program today. We started with NoteStar. Basically, Nevernote didn't like NoteStar and was jealous of NoteStar. And so when we linked the two, we formed a new relationship. And now these two notes are linked. And we can build context through that link. And then Nevernote, well, we didn't go in this order, but now it's connected to the adversity paradox, which is connected to Viktor Frankl. Adversity paradox is also connected to red pill, blue pill, which is connected to the matrix. So in this way, we have...
Oh no, but I wanted to debate you on if China's fascism or state capitalism. Yeah, that literally does not matter to me. And you know that I don't like the like memey debates that don't have any bearing on the real world. I had someone offer to do a debate with me just to get my spirit up, you know, get my sea legs, because they don't care about anything. And it's like, well, I do appreciate the offer and the sentiment, but that's not what I need right now. I need to actually know what I'm talking about. I need to find conservatives to talk to. I need to get back into the swing of debating things. Speaking of which, let me just do this really quick. Huh. Okay. Shame. I was hoping I'd see someone that I knew that we could jump into a call with, but I do not, unfortunately. Have you played Witness? You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I have been so utterly spiritually mind fucked that I have been swapping between old comfort games just to feel something. One second. So is there... How do I open... I assume that these are like basically their own folders. Oh. I got you. Damn it. Okay, well, we got... Oh, fuck. This is irritating as fuck. Okay. We'll finish this. Can't watch streamer too handsome making me feel gay. Just making you feel gay. I'm about to make you act gay. Come here, boy. You got a full set of teeth in that mouth, right? All right. I think that we did good for setting up the research document for next time. I'm going to figure out how to make it an open document for certain people if they want to add stuff to it, to help me fill this out. And speaking of that, let me see if there's been any more messages for me. About the Tim Pool thing. Maybe we need it. No, this is... I think I might need to remake... I think that what I'm going to do is have it like this. Because it doesn't need a new document, right? Like this one right here, rename Trump admin. Infrastructure. See, what we should have done is gone through and made a separate folder for each one of these things and then added a new thing. I didn't understand what was going on with it. But what I can do is I can write a little blurb for each one of these things. So that, oh, you know what? That's actually a really good idea. Because if I have a page at the top of each one of these folders, I can have an ongoing kind of written out opinion piece detailing what my thoughts are on overall on the economy, overall on the Trump administration, overall on social issues in the United States. That's not a bad idea. I want to, so folders inside of folders with connections between them. Yeah, basically. Like I'm envisioning making myself my own personal Wikipedia so that I can make better content and have better arguments. And it will also help me with my real life stuff. So rename. This one was economy. Okay, and after I make all of these folders, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Wait, hold on. This should just go to the top. Okay, after I'm finished putting these in these and renaming them, we will move on to something else. We love folder streams here. Okay. And we have our little chainsword order. Why is it? Huh. Okay. Bookmark. Save. All right. All right, let me just respond to this DM, and then we'll play some fucking Oblivion and start throwing some suggestions in chat for stuff that you want to go over or watch. And if it's entertaining, then we'll watch it. Okay. TOS? Oh, is the guy not banned? Where are my mods? Do I hang out with Stardust a lot? No. Why would you get the... Why would you have the thought that I hang out with Stardust? I haven't heard from or about Stardust in... Oh my gosh. Rinyald has an obsidian thing already, and... Okay, we'll hold on to that then. This isn't Gears of War, you lied. Gears of War, I had to keep... One second. Okay. Anything that happened today that is worth talking about? How did the markets do today? I haven't looked that up. Just watch a documentary on the rise of Hitler and see how many actions in Trump's first 100 days match 1-to-1. I've talked about that. There are like quite a few 1-to-1 correlations between like how he treated the fucking media, how he treated the fucking, his political enemies, how he talked about them, how he talked about the courts. I'm sorry, but there's no reason to bring up any of that, because if you bring up the fact that there are direct correlations between actions Trump makes and actions that Hitler took, there's no reason for the conservative to listen to you anymore, because you've brought up their trap card. You've revealed their trap card. You said Nazi, so they no longer have to listen anymore. Weird how you weren't checking the markets daily under Biden. I didn't feel the need to. There was one point where I was so nervous about the election that I checked it every day. And that was during the 2 or 3 days where it slid right before the election. And they called it the Kamala crash. Every single fucking person. It's so crazy, guys. It's actually crazy. The experts that I listen to on NPR or that I listen to on my cringe econ podcasts that I listen to, all of them said that when the Trump tariffs get, put on, the economy is going to go down and stock prices are going to plummet, and it's going to be bad. And then, they also said that if we were to take those tariffs off, that it would be good for our economy and stock prices would go up again, right? And it's just crazy to me that for the past couple of years, people keep on smugly telling me, oh, you listen to the experts. The experts actually have gotten this 100% right, 100% of the way, the entire time when it came to tariffs. When it comes to the economy, there actually haven't been any major miscalculations or bad movements from our government when it comes to the economy. For a while, actually. We've been mostly just chugging along, making slight adjustments here and there, and it's been pretty good. I never checked the market under Biden because it was poop. I forgot. You like to come in here and trigger me. Economy go down when huge trade issues does not take a very... Economy go down when huge trade issues does not take a very skilled person... Okay. The economy goes down when there are huge trade issues. All of those trade issues existed before he put the tariffs on. Why was the economy better before the tariffs than after? I think I could go higher with lower interest rates. No. And this is why I want to do the research. You don't want to lower interest rates right now. We're in a situation where the dollar is losing value and our treasury bonds are going up, which means that people are getting rid of their dollars. They don't want more dollars. They're getting rid of their dollars. Yeah, and not buying houses. We should build more houses. Where's Trump's plan to build houses? Why is he taking all of the actions that are fucking our country, and he's not taking a single action that would help our country, like building houses? Because they came out with counter plans against the Democrats, but for some reason they've only focused on doing the things that will fuck us. Builders want to build starter homes. It's not profitable. They focus on McMansions. Yes, I know. That's why the Democrats came out with a plan to incentivize state and local municipalities to remove some of their what do you call it? Some of their regulations. The Democrats came up with a plan to get rid of regulations that the federal government doesn't have the power to get rid of. What was Trump's plan? Trump housing plan. The U.S. government has announced a plan to build affordable housing on federal land. That's right. His plan was to build housing on federal land. The reason this is a stupid fucking idea. Probably cheaper than... Yeah, it probably is cheaper. Because nobody wants to live there. Nobody wants to live in these places. That's why they're federal lands. Most of it's fucking desert. Or incredibly inhospitable fucking wilderness. The federal lands out here, overwhelmingly, wilderness. It's not where there are jobs. If they build these homes, it will be a waste of money because people aren't going to buy homes in the middle of fucking Idaho. In the middle of the fucking mountains where there's no jobs. There's no jobs. How's it going, Sam? You missed my rants at the beginning. You'd be proud of me. It's like they focus group test out all of these different ideas. You know, build more housing, yes. On federal land, yes. It sounds good, but they don't think about what that means. How you have jobs without houses? Well, I mean, and vice versa. How do you have houses without jobs? Like, how much of that federal land is near a military base, which is an entire economy in itself? I don't know how to explain Like, I can tell you're really trying to make it work, Crackle. You're really trying to make it work. The military base thing, you're not going to sustain. First off, you're going to need to get people that want to move. Hey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. You're going to have to find people that are willing to move to be out in rural America, to be near a military base to get a job. That's number one. Because housing isn't exorbitantly expensive in fucking Arkansas. It's not exorbitantly expensive in the middle of Texas over here. It's expensive in the cities because there's a lot of people trying to buy houses. So you're either going to have to increase the number of houses there, or you're going to have to increase or decrease the amount of people there by offering them something that they would move for. Back to the Office was extremely stupid. Remote work opened up many possibilities. Yeah, it opened up many work possibilities. That's a good thing. Yeah. How many young professionals do you think are going to, after getting their degree, where they can get their nice, cushy work from home job, are these people going to be the ones that are going to move out in the woods? No. The people that are going to get the remote jobs there was rural cities in Kansas spending millions on infrastructure to accommodate remote work. Hey, that's good. That's something that they could possibly do to get people to move to their towns. They're not doing that right now. Not to the woods, but a random ass Texas suburb. Oh yeah, true. Like even in Houston, the suburb housing isn't like too terribly expensive, especially the further out you go. But like you have to go pretty far out for it to be affordable to someone in my age range, right? And you might as well live in the fucking woods if you're out that far. Like it's you're living in. Like you're driving all the way out here if you want to like have like truly affordable homes. You're at least going out to Spring or Tomball. That's a hour or 45-minute to an hour long drive from city center Houston. Young professionals probably are just not going to want to do that. Real estate around Spokane, northern Idaho and stuff is spiking in price because of work from home. People are mass immigrating from Seattle for cheap housing. Hey, well, you know what? Well, maybe that's going to be the revitalization of America. But guess what? It's not, because they're getting rid of all of that highly specialized work, like that would require like work from home stuff, because they would much rather people be turning little screws in the manufacturing plants. I don't know how people commute an hour back and forth to work. Well, it's rough. I'm having to do close to that right now. I had to do that when I lived in Houston. Why do you think people talk about having 15-minute cities or walkable cities? It's not a left-wing conspiracy theory because people just hate people having homes. People don't want to drive, 5 hours to go to work. Real estate value of Spokane, Washington over time. Let's see here. Jesus. Home prices are average 260. What is the rent, though? Was that rent? That's the house price index. Sale price. Jesus Christ, why is it so hard to find? Okay. Damn. All right. Sounds like a hellhole. It's a shipping city with lots of hospitals and military base close by. Okay. Let's see what Wick is up to. Oh, they're leaving. Oh, it's over.
Okay. What?
For time. And it also knocks out 2 birds with 1 stone because
Damn. This guy, I had such a strange interaction with this guy on Twitter the other day. Is he normal?
What are the political implications of Kanye messing with his cousin? Funny.
Think like Kanye. It is the easy.
I think it's just like cousin.
Interesting. Okay. A meme where mostly he's a lawyer, though. I just had a very weird interaction with him on Twitter. I don't even remember what it was over. 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. Just out of curiosity. He's a lawyer? That means that he must be very close to my age. Right? Let's see here. Some lawyers are only 28. Yeah, that's fucking horrifying. Isn't it? Okay, I don't feel like it was this far back. I'll go just a little bit further. And then I will give up. Because it's not that big of a deal. I feel like I was mostly just like confused. This is what the fuck was going on. Oh, here it is. Oh, never mind. He's not a funny memer. He's evil. I am not above revoking fraudulent citizenships. Letner Goat, can I ask you something genuinely? Because you're a conservative. I'm trying to not say that I want you to die every single time. Okay? When you see people saying shit like, yes, I'm fine with stripping people of fraudulent citizenships, right? Meaning that if they don't fit into whatever kind of American that they think of, they're fine with stripping the... When you hear them say stuff like that, does that set off alarm bells at all to you? Does it make you ashamed to be part of that side? And then a follow-up question. Almost all of the people left in MAGA are either stupid or just grifting. Okay. Grackle, I'm going to ask another genuine question, and then we can pretend like this question never was asked. And then I'll delete the response. All right? This isn't my follow-up question. I'm going to ask the follow-up question in a second. 1, are you actually a conservative? Number 2, have you been pretending to be fucking MAGA this entire time? Just like lift the veil for 1 second, and then we'll put it back on. Because I will... I'll still get mad at the stupid shit. The real follow-up question I have is, as someone who I assumed was MAGA, when you see people being so unbelievably, gleefully cruel, like it's one thing to be like, yeah, fuck illegal immigrants. I don't like criminals. I don't like gangbangers. But then like, when there's like so much evidence to the contrary, and like the Supreme Court says this guy, there's not enough evidence to say that he was a gang member criminal, you got to bring him back. You illegally deported him. Like when there are people like, no, keep the innocent man who did not break any laws in jail, right? Has the past couple of months made you uncomfortable? Because I've had a couple of conservatives come through, and these are YouTube conservatives, right? So not anyone that we recognize from Twitch, but man, some of those conservatives, they're actually pretty fucking ashamed of their side. They're pretty upset at how unhinged everything is going. So those are my 2 genuine questions. It doesn't really matter what I say to any of them. That I disagree with. Wholeheartedly, 100%, it's the exact opposite. It is specifically you that it matters to talk to them. I'm calming down a little bit. I'm starting to realize something, right? Especially with people like Drone Tech. I think people are getting swept up in the hysteria of being cruel like Trump. People see the Giga Chad, yes, we will deport all of them. If there's a child that's crying, we'll slap a piece of duct tape over their mouth, and then we'll punt them over the fucking Rio Grande if we have to get those damn dirty Mexicans out of our country, right? Like, I feel like people are getting caught up. They are way too far gone if they can't see Elon bought MAGA. Grackle, I cannot tell you how much fucking respect instantly you've just bought from me. Even if there's memery that goes on in the future, at least I know that you're not a literal, actual fucking demented fucking retard, a literal slobberingly, like drooling fucking freak, okay? Thank you. I genuinely mean that. Oh my God. But it is specifically people like you, specifically conservatives that can see what's going on is fucking crazy. What's fucking going on is crazy. And it's going too far. And I might be a conservative and you're a conservative and we both supported Trump. We both voted for Trump, but Trump's getting led astray and we need to have our voices be heard because all the people around him are giving him bad advice. Because I'll be honest, I don't think Donald Trump is making all these decisions because he has a great mind for all this. He's putting into action whatever the last person that talked to him said was the best course of action. So conservatives need to start speaking out against what's going on, even if you don't want to criticize Trump, or if you feel like people are going to be mad at your friends and family are going to be mad at you for criticizing Trump. Say it's when they say you're criticizing Trump, say no. Good Trump, bad advisors. Bad advisors. Good Tsar, bad boyars, sometimes known as naive monarchism, is a Russian political phenomenon in which positive actions taken by the Russian government are viewed as being the results of the leader of Russia, while negative actions taken by the government are viewed as being caused by lower-level bureaucrats, unbeknownst to the leader. Even if that's what you actually think is going on here, which I don't, okay? But even if that's what you actually think is going on right here, you need to talk to your fucking friends and family because we're on the fucking cliff. We're on the cliff. I've been talking about retiring from streaming all day today. And there's a reason for that. Not because I know for sure that I'm going to stop streaming, but because if I need to stop streaming, I need other people to know that that might be a possibility and to hold me to it. And the reason I need someone to hold me to it is because I love streaming. It is fun for me. I enjoy interacting with chat. I enjoy interacting with other streamers. I love arguing with people. I like going over new stuff. I love going over drama. I'm about to give up something that I've liked the concept of for my entire life. I've wanted to go into some kind of broadcasting. I've wanted to go into some kind of like either radio or something like that. I'm about to give that up, whatever small bit of that I have, because there's something that's very important happening in the world right now. And I have the capability to help with that. All right. So if I'm giving up something that means that much to me and is that much of a piece of my life, then you guys can have a conversation with, your nephew who is like cheering on, poor, sad abuelita getting kicked in the teeth and sent to fucking the Trin de Aragua prison, Maintain that approval in the in-group. Yeah, and see, that was one reason why, and obviously I've been very mean to you and to conservatives in my chat, but like the broad idea that I had was to do that, was to be nice to people so that they felt that they can leave that in group, right? Because I do think MAGA operates in a very cultish manner. And I don't mean that just because I don't like them. I mean that it literally operates as a cult. My girlfriend is getting her master's in forensic psychology, and there's a lot of stuff about cults in there. I hear a lot about cults. I have to watch a lot of stupid shit about cults because my girlfriend is interested in. You have to watch what your girlfriend wants to watch, right? MAGA is a fucking cult. And it's a soy talking point, which makes people's brains turn off. But it's true. And it's terrifying for me. I said earlier, I'm calming down and I'm starting to not just want to verbally fucking penetrate brutally every conservative that I interact with. I'm calming down from that. It could be relit like that. But what was I saying? Anyways, I generally think that we should be kind, and we should give people that out to come out of it, right? I don't know how to balance, though, for me, right? Because I'll fight all day, I'll fight all day about the policies, and I might even say someone's evil because I'm being hyperbolic, or, this person's fucking retarded because I disagree with them. But like, now we're at a point where this is like, now Democrats turned on their dear leader because he stuttered. There's the ability to dissent in the Democratic Party. You can't do that in the Republican Party. I don't want to hate Republicans. Right now I do. And it's hard to get across, but I think what needs to get across is the disgust, like, I disagreed even through, I want to say, June of last year, before the debate that the debate heard around the world, I didn't have the hate, because I figured it was going to be over, but it's not over. And it wasn't as bad June of last year, because everything that we were talking about, or that he was talking about, there was still the part in my mind that conservatives kept on saying that there's guardrails, it's not going to be that bad. He's not going to be able to put 10% tariffs on the entire world. That would be crazy. 10% tariffs would be crazy. He's not going to be deporting, people who are here legally, even though he has, and he refuses to bring them back. There was still that like thought that it's not going to be as bad as people make it out to be, But it is. And it's actually worse because no one's making him stop. They're just reducing how bad it is instead of stopping doing bad things. You cannot bring them back. The guy is dead. Bring who back? What? That terminating cliches, that element of a cult, Trump derangement syndrome, deep state, Russiagate. These things just shut down conservatives' brains. Yeah, and there's like, there's so many different phrases and words and topics that I stopped using because it just felt so soy, and it immediately turned off conservatives' brain. You automatically lost the debate if you used certain terms. But now I regret ever changing any of my language. I regret changing any of my behavior for them because I assumed that they were acting in good faith, but now I know that they're not. Okay, we're not going to go down another Sondsol spiral. Okay. Where is All propaganda must be popular, and its intellectual level must be adjusted to the most limited intelligence amongst those it is addressed to. Consequently, the greater the mass it is intended to reach, the lower its purely intellectual level it will have to be. Where'd you get that? I'm going to make a guess it was either Himmler or Stephen Miller. Which was it? Oh, Hitler said it. Here,
Is President Trump on defense over the plunging and volatile economy? This story keeps kicking. America's largest companies are down, all of them in the market since the Trump tariff war began. It's a swift toll that we've seen first on Wall Street, trillions wiped out in days. But it is heading for Main Street, and I'm going to show you why tonight, because we're seeing new indications from big box stores to malls. And we know it's coming from Main Street for a few reasons. I always try to give you the evidence, show you why we know what we think we know, and here it is. First, there's detailed data on the inventories and supply chains. So it shows when American stores will be running out of these products, many of which have some foreign ingredient in them, and they're running out of what was purchased before the tariff war began. Second, some of America's largest companies is President Trump.
How's it going, Zyaro? What are you seeing? Well, right now we are just looking at some random news articles until we find something that we want to dive deeper into. So if you have a topic that you want to touch on, feel free to suggest it in chat. Yes, we are watching the news. What do you think the midterms will be like? I don't know how to make any kind of predictions anymore. I'm going to say this. Actually, no, I don't know how to make predictions anymore. Because the Democrats should have won in 2024. But now we have Evil Man. I don't know what Trump is going to do in between now and the midterms to election laws, because they're seemingly like going after those hardcore. So I don't know what's going to go on there. When it comes to if we have elections, which I'm confident we will, but never be too confident in anything when it comes to Trump. I don't know how they're going to try and spin this over the next year and a half. But I think that they're going to. I think that you who play or not play, what do you mean? Shit, what was I about to say? Midterms. Oh, well, I was going to say, if it were held today, I think that the Democrats would fucking absolutely decimate the Republicans. But I don't know how they're going to spin this. And I think that if you're a Republican and you're starting to see through the crazy shit and you're starting to like question, like, hey, maybe these guys are fucking lying to me all the goddamn time. Maybe these guys are lying to me all the goddamn time. Keep that in your fucking mind, because they're going to spin this, and they're going to come up with excuses, and they're going to come up with people to blame, and they're going to come up with all these different things. But like at the end of the day, they're the sole cause of the issues. They're the sole cause of the issues that we're facing right now. The issues that happened under Biden are minor. I was about to say relatively minor. No. They were minor compared to the economic desolation that we're facing right now. That is only being kept in check because people are playing musical chairs in the goddamn Oval Office over who is telling Trump what the best course of action is next. Trump might start being afraid of impeachment. That's never going to happen. Biggest fear is Trump gets smart and stops the tariff and stops fighting the Supreme Court and the economy. No, they're not going to stop fighting the Supreme Court. They can't do that. They might stop the tariffs, but they're going to have to do it in a way that saves face. So we're going to have to see how it goes. But like tomorrow, Aura's live. What does that mean? Biden economic development was horrible. Biden's economic development was the strongest economic development we've seen in my lifetime. I'm sorry. We need to stop allowing ourselves to get gaslit by retards who say that the economy was just bad under Biden because of Biden's policies. I already liked it. Thank you. Trump suppressed the market so he could have big wins during election time? Are you saying that he intentionally fucked the market so that by the time it comes to the midterms, they're going to be posting, like we'll have finally recovered the wealth that we've destroyed over the past couple of weeks, and they'll count that as a win? That's entirely possible that they'll try and count that as a win. That's why I'm speaking directly into your mind right now, Letner Goat. Okay? Grackle. I'm speaking directly into your mind. Catch you later, ZRO. You have to remember in a couple of months' time, when they start trying to spin this, that they're liars. Not intentionally, but he might accidentally make people feel good at midterm. That's possible.
Trump on defense over the plunging and volatile economy. This story keeps kicking. America's largest companies are down, all of them in the market since the Trump tariff war began. It's a swift toll that we've seen first on Wall Street, trillions wiped out in days. But it is heading for Main Street, and I'm going to show you why tonight, because we're seeing new indications from big box stores to malls. And we know it's coming from Main Street for a few reasons. I always try to give you the evidence, show you why we know what we think we know.
No one will remember Sondsol. That's true, but that's why I want to start the Obsidian thing. You know? Like, with this, we can have a time, like basically a timeline. We can see what the attitudes at the time were, what everyone was freaking out about.
No, and here it is. First, there's detailed data on the inventories and supply chains. So it shows when American stores will be.
I think Elon Musk will be political poison this time, but candidates will still take his money. Kind of saw that already in the Wisconsin Supreme Court thing. Yeah, he's trying to find an exit strategy. He, I think, announced today or yesterday that he's trying to step back from government to focus on Tesla, and then Tesla's stock crashed even further because they're like, "Oh no, he's coming back! Fuck!" Yeah, no. If Elon becomes poison, then fucking good. Let him waste his money and tank some Republican. Listen, I want the Republicans to lose every single fucking election for the next 10 fucking years. And then I want them to come back. Snap back to reality. Start building their party up with people that are intelligent, that have moral character. That's what I want. That's the God honest truth. We just need more people of character. Wait a second. I just saw something on my other screen. What is this?
I like that immediately. The first thing is like, let's remove this photo, please. Like, it's always policing content. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Policing content.
Where else have I heard that phrase?
Didn't you participate in a fucking series called Content Cop?
I was just thinking.
You want to talk to me about policing content? You fucking dipshit, dude. Look in the goddamn mirror.
That's so fucking funny.
I like that immediately. The first thing is like, let's remove this photo, please. Like, it's always policing content. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
This shit's too good. Oh my fucking god. All right. Elon only had as much money as people had faith in Elon. Well, that's true. You can see his billions just melting because all of his money is wrapped up in Tesla stock, you know? So F to him, I guess. I don't care, again, like trying to fix America's voting system in regards to first past the post or ranked choice or getting rid of the two-party duopoly or whatever the fuck you want to say. Like, it's like walking up to someone who's been shot in the stomach 5 times with an AK-47, and when he fell down, he scratched his knee. And so you give him a Band-Aid. Like, there's probably better things that you could be doing to help this person out right now. There's probably a lot more that you could be doing to help this person out right now.
Running out of these products, many of which have some foreign ingredient in them, and they're running.
I'm not saying that there's not a place for it. I'm saying that it's not high on the list of priorities for me, nor should it be high on the list of priorities for basically anyone right now. Sort by size. Like, I would prefer if we had ranked choice voting, of course, but like in terms of stuff that I'm gonna like devote my time and energy to looking at and reading and, you know, forming arguments and shit like that about, I'm not gonna do that for fucking. I'm not gonna do that for ranked choice voting right now. Fuck that. There's way more crazy shit to focus on right now. Which, speaking of which, if you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. If you're watching on the short stream, double tap the screen. I think that's how you like the stream. It helps me out quite a bit. This is a stream where we talk about the news. I talk about how much I am blackpilled on the current state of affairs of the world. I have Vyvanse, so I'm very, very focused on talking about how bad everything is. We're going to play Oblivion here as soon as I decide I'm going to play video games. Rank choice his ass? Yes. Rank choice my ass by hitting the thumbs up. Thank you, little bits. Yes, say hi. Yeah. Hey, if you're watching on YouTube, say hi if you're watching on chat. All right? How is everybody in chat doing? How many people we got on Twitch? 9 people watching on Twitch. We got 4 people watching on the short stream. We've got how many people watching on the big screen? Big screen? Big screen. 5 people there. Okay, we got a nice little collection of people. How's chat doing? We feeling good? We feeling like we're talking about good subjects? You feel like you're getting your money's worth? But you will have natural parties and in-groups. Yeah, like that's, again, like I feel like the parties, the Democratic Party, well, I say the parties. It used to be the fact that the parties had enough ideological differences within the parties that it didn't really matter that we didn't have more than 2 parties. But unfortunately, the Republicans have decided to bend over and gape their asshole to Trump 24/7, 365 days a year. So any hope pills left, or is it doomsday only? There's some hope pills, I guess. But it's going to be on incredibly small battles and small wins, because the totality right now is actually apocalyptic. I said this on Wick's stream yesterday, but we're legitimately at the like question of like, will we have to rise up against the government if things like this continue happening? Like, we're legitimately at that point of justified political uprising when the executive branch refuses to comply with orders from the judiciary. You have what's called a dictatorship, definitionally. That's where the United States is right now, flirting with dictatorship. This isn't just a soy talking point. This isn't just, oh, soy, you don't like Trump. This isn't, oh, soy, TDS. This is Donald Trump is trying to rule the country from the executive branch unilaterally. And when he is told to stop or slow down, he ignores the court order. 200 people get deported. Sondsol wants to overthrow the government. Yeah, I don't want to live in a country. I don't want to live in a country where we don't have the rule of law. I don't want to live in a dictatorship. I have principles. I believe in freedom of speech. I believe in freedom of the press. That's the bad thing about federal supremacy. Not a lot state authorities can do to stop federal authorities other than just not helping. That is true. There's a lot to be said for states taking back power from the federal government. Even though, I'm a Democrat. I like the federal government having strong powers, but again, I don't know. It's going to take a lot for me to forgive Republicans for what they're doing and the reasons they're doing it. It's just too much. Then you should have defended those things before they were gobbled up by conglomerates. What's getting gobbled up by conglomerates? Are you talking about the federal government? I don't understand, because we're talking about the government. The government can't get swallowed up by a conglomerate. Supreme Court helped this happen. They're accountable for some of the shit going on, but maybe they'll wisen up now. Well, that's what we can only hope that they'll wisen up now. But the appeasement shit, all the news outlets, I'm sorry, like it is the soyest fucking opinion. It is the, oh, someone told me to have this position, therefore I have this position, to unilaterally and just completely write off all mainstream media. It is actually the number one heuristic to know whether someone is worth engaging with politics whatsoever. If you can't trust what's going on in the newspapers because you trust Trump more than all newspapers, you're too far gone. In a perfect world, you would be sent out into the forest with a hatchet and 3 months of MREs. Hopefully, Supreme Court gets Trump in line before their execution or deportations. I doubt that he would deport the Supreme Court. But I can see Donald Trump packing the court. I can see Donald Trump it would be so extreme for him to dissolve the court. But, I mean, I know he thinks he has that power. It's just thinking about, like, what is reasonable to think that he could try to get done? What is reasonable to think that he would actually try to get away with? That's something I don't know. Yeah. Here, let's start the game, and then we'll keep watching the video. Who said anything about not trusting anything? Diversity of opinion is important to have a healthy democracy. The problem is people are funneled into red or blue. I'm sorry. Like, this is such a fucking... I'm trying to think of a... Wait, what's a... Okay. It's like when you talk about the real problem in this country, yeah, the tariffs are bad. Yeah, Trump's a fucking retard that's fucking raping our country from the inside out. Yeah, everything is really fucked when it comes to, you know, deporting people who are legally allowed to be here. Yeah, everything's a little bit fucked with the, you know, president trying to assert dictatorial powers over the United States. But you know what the real issue that we should be focusing on is the fact that people either vote for the Democrats or the Republicans. It's like bringing up Tide Pods as a major social problem in the United States. Children are eating Tide Pods. Yeah, I know, I can see that all this horrible stuff, but think about the Tide Pod epidemic. This is old fucking news, and it's not that big of a fucking deal. And even if it was an issue that I should be devoting any amount of time to, it is so low down on the list of objectives, I can't even see it. It's just, I don't care about the duopoly. I do not care about the two-party, uniparty theory that people have, because it's bullshit. As it is right now, the Democrats are the liberalism, capital L liberalism, Death Star party, where they have all of the good opinions that the Republicans had when they had good foreign policy and good economic policies, and they have all of the good policies from when the Democrats were having good, like, social policies and redistributive policies. They're the liberalism Death Star party. They could, with the Democratic Party, with the neoliberalness that it has right now, like, surging, the United States could become the most demonic, fucking hyper capitalistic, hyper economic power monster. Our power of the 70s, 80s, and 90s would be dwarfed, because we would just be economically dominating everybody. Militarily dominating fucking everybody. Because politics, it involves politicking. It involves politicking. It involves give and take. It's not just, I'm going to go in there, I'm going to rape every single fucking institution that I fucking see, and everyone's going to love me for it. Is that meme of the IQ curve where the dumb one says red side bad, blue middle intelligence, and red blue part? Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I see. Yes, where you're saying... retard here. Middle intelligence. Yeah, I got you. All right. Let's go ahead. Let's start this video back over. Was China's growth inevitable or something that could have been stalled? I've heard a couple of things about this in the past couple of days, listening to some podcasts. Two of the three opinions that I'm pulling from say that it is very I'm trying to think of a way to word this. Okay, I'm just gonna like say what they said. Okay, I'm not gonna try and soften the blow. China's growth was inevitable, but Trump coming into office and striking down the TPP probably supercharged China's growth. It made it to where all of the people that we were going to be cooperating with in the Pacific were cooperating with us and not with China. That we would be getting cheap goods from them and not from China. China growth is declining. Yeah, that is true. They have a lot of issues going on over there. And we have 145% tariffs on them. So, but yeah, two economists that I listen to on a regular basis made the argument that Trump supercharged it by axing the TPP. But it seems like, yes, China's growth was inevitable, but it didn't have to be antagonistic like this. And it could have been something that we could have grown at the same pace, maybe not at the same pace, but we could have grown at the same, at a rate such that they never overtook us and that we maintained dominance. Based on population count alone, I would think China's growth would be inevitable. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they would inevitably overtake us economically. It seems like that might be an inevitability now, though. Unless they have like a major, unless the tariffs do, you know, somehow Mr. Magoo stumble themselves into triggering one of the 18 different crises, economic crises that China is on the verge of having, so... Okay.
Is President Trump on defense over the plunging and volatile economy? This story keeps kicking. America's largest companies are down, all of them in the market since the Trump tariff war began. It's a swift toll that we've seen first on Wall Street, trillions wiped out in days. But it is heading for Main Street, and I'm going to show you why tonight, because we're seeing new indications from big box stores to malls, and we know it's coming.
Dwarfed? How so? Wait, did he say dwarfed or did I say dwarfed? Who said dwarfed?
Is President Trump on defense over the plunging and volatile economy? This story keeps kicking. America's largest companies are down, all of them in the market since the Trump tariff war began. It's a swift toll that we've seen first on Wall Street, trillions wiped out in days. But it is heading for Main Street, and I'm going to show you why tonight, because we're seeing new indications from big box stores to malls. And we know it's coming for Main Street for a few reasons.
You said America economy would be huge for what? In regards to China, I don't know at what point in the conversation, at what point in the rant you're referencing, because it could be one of like 3 things. So I just need a little bit more information. You said for no reason. Was this when I was talking about the fact that China was growing and that we could have capitalized off of that way harder with the TPP? Is it the part where I said that we could have capitalized off of them and grown at a rate that made it to where they couldn't overtake us? 5, 4, 3, 2. America huge, the biggest, huger than China. I think America's problem is that over the last 20 years, we elected Republicans. True! I've never seen a truer statement. Okay. We should play the game. Vince Wilson. Oh, shit. Of all people that I have not been keeping in close DM contact with. Mr. Vince Wilson. Doobie got back to me. He's working the duo debate angle with Tim. If not, then I'm going to get you in contact with Doobie so that you can go on yourself. I can't believe Bethesda made a prequel instead of Skyrim 2. Based. Okay. Let's see here. But yeah, the Tim Pool thing, you're going on Tim Pool's show. It's not 100% confirmed, just before anyone soys out. The Adam something video on Trump tariffs? No. Can you DM it to me? Maybe we'll watch that next. But yeah, it's not a done thing at all. But I've started the like opening salvo of, yes, I'm interested. Yes, we have people that are willing to debate. Yes, we have at least the inkling of a good topic. So I'm a little bit excited about that. Okay. We're going to watch this video and then we'll watch the video that Kameyoriko sent.
I always try to give you the evidence, show you why we know what we think we know, and here it is. First, there's detailed data on the inventories and supply chains. So it shows when American stores...
Tariffs on China are reasonable. I refuse to concede any talking points whatsoever when it comes to tariffs. Tariffs are bad. Because basically anything that you want to do with tariffs, you could probably accomplish with some other economic tool and not fuck free trade and fuck your relations with other countries. And even if not, then probably just don't need to put the tariff on in the first place. It's probably a better, thing that you could do there. Here, 1 second. Let's go to the waterfront. Let's see here. Tariffs tend to be only good for third world countries getting an industry off the ground. Yeah, it's like, I feel like I used to make this argument when I was a socialist, and I was trying to I was very desperately trying to come up with a way to justify. One second, let me sleep so I can level up. All right, cool. 3 attributes to increase. 12 virtues left. Okay. Okay, I want agility. Okay. Is that white Danny Trejo? Yes, that's exactly who it is. Thank you for noticing. I've been so removed from this week's news. I'm out of town for work. Hey, based. Really, there's not been anything new this week. You haven't missed damn near anything. I remember when I used to play Oblivion when I was a kid. There was a mine right over here, a cave that I would go in. It had the same enemies set up in every spot. So I would just go through, memorize where everyone was, and just leveled up like fucking crazy in this one right here. You don't believe U.S. needs to protect any manufacturing or technology? If I was to grant that we need to protect manufacturing or technology, I wouldn't do it to say that we need to protect the manufacturing jobs or that we need to protect the technology jobs. I would say that we need to protect manufacturing for critical resources that we would probably need. So like defense stuff or, medical supplies in case there's another pandemic. So like having some industrial base, of course, is a good thing. And I would argue for that. And I have argued for that in the past. But we're on such a far cry from anything related to that whatsoever. Like we're not in the same realm of that being the conversation, because this isn't we're protecting our manufacturing, we're raping our manufacturing, because every country in the entire world also has tariffs on us. So why would a company come to the United States and invest millions or even possibly billions of dollars in building a factory here when the only country that they would be able to sell to, that they would be able to ship that item out to, would be the one that they're in, the United States? So you think if we have no people who can work on tech, it will just move forward? I don't even know what... Can someone tell me what the fuck I said to have Little Bits respond with, you think if we have no people who can work on tech, it will just move forward? What the fuck in that entire rant, the entire explanation, did I say anything about advancing technology? I say defense technology is protected, but that Adam Something video talks about F-35 parts. I just brought up the defense industry as an example. I would assume that like the most sensitive parts of our war machines are made here. Is this Joint Strike Fighter? Oh, okay. So you're not answering my question, which was, who the fuck were you responding to? Okay. Anyways. Yes, I think tariffs are bad. Okay?
will be running out of these products, many of which have some foreign ingredient in them, and they're running out of what was purchased before the tariff war began. Second, some of America's largest companies track all of this because it's their whole business and expertise. This is what they do, so they're all over it. And they are now formally warning about the coming Trump slump any way they can, which includes what I'm about to show you, the largest employer in America, Walmart, which has over 1.5 million employees. They employ more Americans than any other company. And the Walmart chief just joined an attempted Trump tariff intervention, along with the CEOs of the other huge retailers, Target and Home Depot, to privately warn Trump that his tariffs, let's take this in full, I want people to be able to see this, his tariffs, you can read along, the tariff and trade policy will not only disrupt supply chains and raise prices, it will lead to empty shelves. Now that's big. If people were upset over, say, high prices during the inflation years that we had, imagine high prices in basic products also being wiped out, echoing the empty shelf panic of the pandemic that we all remember in Trump's first term. Well, empty shelves are an unpopular outcome. It impacts people's lives, their ability to plan. You end up having to go other places, spend more gas money. You know the drill. It will also, obviously, if it happens again, impact Trump's political approval. Now, when could these empty shelves hit? The disruptions could land, again, let's see the whole thing. The Trump disruptions could become noticeable in 2 weeks. I'll just tell you at home, I want that big on your screen because it's one of those little sets of words that will matter a lot if it happens in 2 weeks. Today it's in Axios. Today it's on, of course, television news covering the market.
Taiwan makes all modern chips. U.S. cannot make computer parts. U.S. fabs are behind. Yeah. All of what you just said is true. And what have I said? We should be able to, we should incentivize companies to build some of those chips here. But it's an incredibly high barrier to entry to build those kind of manufacturing plants. They can do it in Taiwan because they invented them. I'm pretty sure Taiwan does make the highest quality and the most powerful microprocessors. The US fabs might be behind, but that's something that Biden was fixing. Where's the Oh, wait, hold on. I want... Look at these map or these here, let me do this. Like, open image, a new tab. Open image, a new tab. I don't even know the second one. Oh, of course, it's fucking low quality. But like, look at this for a second. Real private construction for manufacturing. And if you zoom out further, it's just maintained this same amount. Open image, a new tab. Look at this. Going back to 2002. $2 billion in 2002. In 2008, up to close to $6 billion. From the moment that Trump left office to the moment that Biden left office, there was a 242% increase in manufacturing construction spending. 1 second. Let me. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. There we go. The U.S. does not even make the machines to help print these chips. It's the Netherlands. Trump had a huge infrastructure bill that was being distributed and COVID ended. It was being distributed as in they were passing it out to people. Like they were giving people like the initial brochures of what they wanted in the bill. You're being insane if you think policy hits instantly. No, I don't think policy hits instantly. But nothing that I've said, none of these... Do you think that this is instant? Do you think that this graph is showing anything that's instant? Here, let me... You think this graph is instant? This is where Biden got into office. Sorry, it was right here. Took a year for the ramp up to begin. Just because it happened under Biden. You're right. You're right. But we can point specifically towards the bills that happened at these right here. This right here was the American Rescue Plan, or was this the infrastructure bill? This was the American Rescue Plan. This was the infrastructure bill. This was the CHIPS Act. This was the Inflation Reduction Act. It's not instant. But you can see pretty quickly how much money is being spent after the government starts subsidizing something. How much of that was a single chip factory? Well, this is in what? In the billions of dollars. I actually don't know. Let's look at the one in Arizona. The only chip I care about are my Fritos. Hey, based. You know what I was reminded about earlier today? I haven't thought about these chips in fucking forever. You know those Fritos, curly, they're like double helix looking things? Spiral Fritos. Bro, this shit right here though, dude. I used to get that shit all the fucking time when I was in elementary school. Haven't seen them. Haven't seen them since I was like 8. Today, my coworker asked me to grab a bag from the corner store on my lunch break. It was like a fucking religious experience rediscovering these. Never eating them again. Okay, what was I doing? Cost. The total cost of TSMC's Arizona chip factories, including the planned expansion, is estimated to be around $165 billion. Damn. Jesus. Initial commitment was $12 billion for the first fab in 2020. $40 billion for the first 2 fabs. Okay. Well, this is dating back to 2020, and we're not looking at the 2020 numbers because that would have been right here. Wait, hold on. Does that make sense? Yes, it does. Looks like this graph. Does it look like this graph? Just because it's blue and white? Yes, Trump had chip fab too. Oh yeah, no, I knew about that. I just didn't know if it was I didn't know where the bump would be. It was a joke. Listen, dude, I'm like fully medicated. I feel alive for the first time in fucking forever, and I feel like I can actually confidently speak about topics. So I totally missed the joke, but in my defense, it's because I feel alive. Okay? Okay. I can't remember if I was making a point before, but we're just going to have to keep watching the video now.
Markets or the economy or the politics, but a heck of a lot more Americans are going to notice if in 2 weeks from tonight, their shelves are bare at all the Walmarts around the country. It's sobering. It's also foreseeable based on what so many economists and conservative allies have been telling the White House. Sobering for a Trump administration that keeps trying to claim the trillions lost in the trade war are just temporary pain, but it will lead soon enough, they have said, to better results, which certainly means something other than COVID-style empty shelves. Now, the warning I just mentioned, this private meeting with the president, is the runway for Trump edging back to a pattern that he's repeated. Trump is a self-proclaimed trade warrior who often breaks Tom Petty's first law, don't back down. And also, by the way, Sun Tzu's teaching that the true warrior only fights battles he's already won, which simply means you assess the opponent and resources first so that you don't pick losing battles. That would be a different approach, say, than firing off economic shots at China if it's in a battle you can't ultimately win, one that even your own team has been admitting is a set of unsustainable tariffs. So that is the runway for this Trump-induced whiplash hitting Wall Street right now. Investors eyeing what they call the Trump tax of these tariffs, and now the Trump cost of uncertainty, while hoping the president will end the back and forth once and for all and finally maybe just cave.
This make or break hour begins with the ongoing market volatility taking investors on yet another ride today.
It's been a really rough road. There's been so much volatility, Adam. And I think that investors are tired. Like Ryan says, they want clarity.
It doesn't get rid of the volatility. Some days up 1,000, some days down 1,000, depending on what's coming out of the White House.
How are you feeling today?
I feel like I need a neck brace. The volatility has been insane.
Insane volatility. Now, every economy faces some inevitable volatility, but these experts, many of whom, by the way, lean towards conservative views on policy, see Trump as the cause of this avoidable volatility. Fox News' sister outlet, the Wall Street Journal, has declared Trump's tariffs now the greatest economic threat. It's a bad report card for the first 100 days. Over on actual Fox TV, where they first downplayed the market's plunge, they avoided even showing a stock ticker on those big crash days. Well, now there are more voices saying trade wars are bad and the administration's briefings are straining credibility.
Trade wars don't have a lot of history of working out very well for any party who's involved in it.
If you come up every other day, yeah, we just had a great call with so-and-so and these guys, and it starts to take away credibility. It starts to smack of desperation.
Credibility fading. Desperation coming out of the White House. And I can remind you some of the other indications we've heard. Peter Navarro, the trade advisor, and others said they had dozens of deals, up to 90 deals in the works. If that were true, you would expect.
Also, like, why? Who are working? There's no way that they have their best people on every single one of these trade deals that they're making. who's in charge of strategy here? You know? Like, who's in charge of strategy? Is there a unified, hey, so this is what we broadly want? Can we know what those are? Can the American people know what our elected officials are discussing about trade? Because usually, mind you, trade is usually done through Congress. The economy is usually handled through Congress, meaning that we all have a, not direct, but more direct say in what the economy does. This right here gives no one any say, and we don't get to know what it is that they're doing. And they're doing 90 of them at the same time, and there's no way that they have 90 teams worth of high quality fucking economists willing to work for them, two, on the case. Yeah, maybe you can find out on Signal. Damn, Lettergoat, what the fuck? Did you get hacked and some lib is taking over your account or some shit? Because Jesus Christ. I'm here for it, okay? If you make fun of the Trump admin, even if you want to be a conservative, you can be a conservative. Just wanted to drop in and say you're an idiot? Jump into a voice call with me and tell me I'm an idiot to my own ears in front of everyone. Make me look like a fool in front of my chat. Hop in, buddy. How's it going, Moist Sack? Someone get this guy the Discord link. There you go. There's the Discord link right there. Captain of Dragons. Jump on in. All right. I'm going to run. I'm going to take a piss. All right. You wanted to stop in and tell me that I'm an idiot? Tell me I'm an idiot. Tell me what I said that was so wrong. Tell me. Prove me wrong. All right. Give me just 1 second. No guy. No guy in the voice call. That's crazy. That's crazy. Couldn't have seen it coming. All right, let me just check out these DMs real quick, and then we will keep going. Oh, hi, Kat. What's up? Hey, everybody. You ready to watch me risk my life? This is Sushi. She's the cat that hates me. Hey, baby. Yeah, I know. Bye-bye. All right, that's the cat that hates me. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I almost got to it. Well, I have several scars on my arms from that cat. She used to be way meaner. What a foreign feel. I know, me too. This is a brand new feeling, but she hates everyone except for my girlfriend. My girlfriend is literally the only person that can connect with that cat. And very recently, how many cats do we got? 4. For some reason, in my bathroom, I'll just be getting ready, brushing my teeth, shaving, getting dressed. If she's in that bathroom, she will let me pet her. You only had 2 in Texas? Well, I had 2 before I moved in with my girlfriend, but then we had 4. Because she had 2 and I had 2. But, anyways. I cannot understand how Tesla stock stays above 200. Anytime it approaches the $200 mark, it vertical lines the next day and gains like 20 to 30 points. That's a really good point. I don't know. When are you getting married? I'm probably proposing by the end of the year. And getting married, I don't know. It's so weird. It seems, my first thought, and I'm not a finance guy, so this very easily could be super wrong. But it may be the case that there's some cutoff that when it hits 200, then some big investors are going to pull out. And so they're like desperately trying to make the stock stay above 200. Or maybe something along those lines where like there's some condition that once it hits 200, something bad will happen. Okay, let's finish this video.
Credibility fading, desperation coming out of the White House. And I can remind you some of the other indications we've heard. Peter Navarro, the trade advisor, and others said they had dozens of deals, up to 90 deals in the works. If that were true, you would expect some of those deals to be announced, especially from such a PR-focused administration.
Yes.
We're still at 0. No announced deals. What we are announcing...
There's no deals. And the only people that we know are talking with the administration are places like fucking Micronesia. Japan is a big trading partner, granted. But like... the EU, China, literally everybody else that they can't even get in contact with the administration. Damn. 1 second. I'm reading Barbarians at the Gate and in spite of RJR's Nabisco's use even with the buybacks. Well, maybe I need to read that because I have no idea what that is. Interesting. Okay. China might collapse if this tariff lasts too long. Yeah, so might the United States. It's a fool's errand. And if China doesn't fail, and we somehow, first off, if neither of us fail, then we've just hurt ourselves worse than we hurt China for no fucking reason. If China fails, but we don't, we Mr. Magoo'd into that. Because there's no strategy that I can see that would cause China to collapse as a result of tariffs. And then there's the third possibility where we fail and China doesn't, which is entirely possible. It's still not likely. The most likely is that neither of us fail, but that's because we're backing down. It's because Trump is backing down, because things were going to get really bad. Do you think Elon could be the one buying Tesla when it gets low? He hasn't always wanted to get a majority again and take it back private. Legitimate question, because I don't know. Can you see if someone makes a bunch of trades? Because in order to do that, he would have to. In order to do that, he would probably have to sell off assets elsewhere to buy them in Tesla. Actually, is there a maximum amount of the company that Elon can own as CEO? I legitimate question. I honestly have no idea. Could the board say, like, hey, you're not allowed to own, we're not going to sell any more stock to you because you have an undue vote or something? I don't know. No? Okay. I will read that then, S.L. Icon. Barbarians at the Gate. I will remember. Or foreign bribes, maybe. He gutted the agencies that were actively investigating him. Yeah, and that's something else that, like, to conservatives, now that I'm kind of calming down and now that I'm super medicated, one thing that I want to try and find a way to ask, you know, because if you just ask them, like, hey, so how about this corruption with Elon Musk gutting all the agencies that were, you know, investigating him, their minds are going to shut the fuck off immediately. I want to give a big shout out to Letner Goat, Mr. Grackle, for bringing me back from the edge today. Because just knowing that there are conservatives who, if I say, hey, I'm going to ask you a genuine, real talk fucking question right now, just answer it, right? Getting answers to those that don't make me instantly want to shove a sharp object into their throat, it was such a good feeling to know that there's a good number of these people that are probably just saying this stuff because it's a front, because that's the social crew that they're a part of, and they don't want to get left out of the social crew. Sold Twitter to himself, then bought Tesla stock. I don't know if that works like that. And also, proof? Like, do you have any reason to believe that other than just saying it? What about George Soros, huh? Yeah, what is a woman? All the most important questions of our day and age. Replace Elon with Soros, and after they give their spiel, say it was actually Elon. I could do that. That's not a bad idea. He had his AI company buy X from him. Oh, is that right? Is his AI company public? I don't know if Grok is here. I can just Google that. Yeah, you can. Elon needs to be fully investigated once Trump is gone. The Democrats need to do a fucking Nuremberg style fucking trials for everyone in the Trump administration. I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. I probably in 2022 would have been against it. This is beyond the fucking pale. People need to go to jail for this. It's actually beyond. Oh, why are you opening on that window? Musk's social media firm X, bought by his AI company, valued at $33 billion. Oh no, he lost $11 billion on fucking Twitter. He lost $11 billion. Go to jail for what? All the illegal shit that they're doing, the insider trading that's been going on, the fucking crazy crypto scams that they were doing. Are you kidding me? That's half the fucking administration right there, I guarantee it. These people need to be like hardcore investigated. Insider trading? Yeah, there's I don't want to get into it because I really want to finish the video. It's only a 12-minute video. We've made it halfway through. Yeah, you can look at the graphs of when people were buying stocks and when the stock prices went up and when Donald Trump was announcing that he was taking the tariffs off. Massive spikes in purchases of really, really lucrative stocks minutes before Trump put out we're pulling back and only keeping them on China. Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of those people. How much did Marjorie Taylor Greene make? Fox 5 Atlanta. Marjorie Taylor Greene faces scrutiny over stock trades before town hall. The brief. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene disclosed stock trades made just before former President Trump announced a 90-day pause on tariffs, prompting accusations of potential insider trading. Greene purchased up to $315,000 in stock from major companies and sold U.S. Treasury bills days before the policy shift. She claims a financial advisor manages her investments. Mind you, that even after this story broke, people were still making memes about it. Nancy Pelosi doing insider trading. This is the juxtaposition that I don't get. This is the uneven playing field that I don't get. Why is it that MTG can openly disclose that she spent $315 to buy stocks before there was an announcement that the tariffs were going to be taken off? This is so much more blatant than anything that the Republicans have ever said about any Democratic politician in my entire life. No one cares on both sides. I am so sorry. Your retardation is actually incredibly fucking depressing. It makes me want to die. Come on, dude. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, fuck. I don't even think I'm on the hardest difficulty, but they do an unbelievable amount of damage to me. And I do fuck all to them. Jesus Christ, dude. I don't get it. Oh. No. Okay. Oh, do I not have any? Oh, that's epic. I don't think. One second. I'm super concentrating right now on not dying. Fucking loser. Okay. Because Trump texted the world, so it's outside trader. But she bought everything before he tweeted out. Also, it does not directly impact normal people's lives if they make more money. Like, it is really hard to tell if you're a troll. Because, like, these are all the exact same arguments that I've seen people on Twitter making. But this is just like a way to excuse. It's just a way to excuse the insider trading. One second. What the fuck? Inventory. Magic. No. I'm not excusing it, but voters don't care. I'm sorry. Voters seem to care. Voters seem to have bitched and moaned and cried and and shed tears of blood over the fact that Hunter Biden was a drug addict at some point in his life. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? The Hunter Biden debacle is a direct refutation to what you just said. Come here. Fucking loser. Okay, we're gonna finish this video. I want to play my game for a minute.
Trade wars don't have a lot of history of working out very well for any party who's involved in it.
If you come up every other day, yeah, we just had a great call with so-and-so and they.
Democrats made a big deal. Hunter Biden has never been a congressman.
These guys, and
No, they said that Hunter Biden was a corrupt person that was getting Joe Biden, the big guy, tons of money from China and from Ukraine and from Russia and from all of our enemies and Iran and in every evil place in the entire world. We're giving billions to the Democrat evil, Biden crime family. We're talking about. Are you actually fucking retarded? Shut the fuck up. Do not fucking say anything else in my chat. Like, at all. Do not chat. What kind of fucking retardation are you on? We're talking about motherfucking corruption. Whether the corruption, I don't think that they would have been okay with Hunter Biden being corrupt if he did corruption through stock sales. And if you think that, you're lying. As soon as you started cussing, I know you're a lefty. Oh, wow. That's crazy. The conservatives, the group of people who have made their entire personality not getting offended and being stronger than the weak-ass little, baby libs and baby leftists who can't fucking order a pizza over the phone, always seem to be the only ones offended when I say bitch, fuck, tits, or ass. Make that make sense. They'll sit there and they'll, goon over the possibility that a Mexican might be having a bad day. But, oh, God fucking forbid, some random white guy on the internet says that Trump supporters are retards. It's about the right place to cuss. This is the right place to cuss. It's my YouTube channel. I'm playing video games. It's what? It's 10 p.m. at night. And I'm talking about people who are ruining my fucking country because it's epic memes. In this stupid fucking game. It's pissing me off. I still don't have... To be fair, it was leftists that tried to cancel you. Yes. Leftists on the internet have done more personally to me. Conservatives have done more to my country than I could possibly ever have imagined. Republicans might not have canceled me, but I can live my life happy without a fucking YouTube channel. I fucking live and breathe politics because I care about these issues. I live and breathe politics because this is what I've decided to do with the rest of my fucking life. I can be upset at lefties all I want, and I am upset at lefties all the fucking time. But I'm also capable of recognizing what danger is the bigger danger. You have an audience, you don't know who is watching, but I understand your frustrations. This is 5 years of frustrations pent up into a horrible, horrible penultimate scene. Sondsol, you're being attacked. Thank you. You just got owned by a furry? Based. I don't think Republicans are good either. But like, here's the thing. Like I was saying earlier, I don't really care if you're a Republican or a Democrat, right? Oh my God, does it not save when you fucking set things to... Both parties have been there and nothing good has happened. But see, like, here's the thing. That's just not true. Good things have happened. And I'm glad that I live in a country that's able to, say that we live, in the most powerful country, the most moral country. But it feels like the Republican Party is just completely trying to throw that away. Sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought there while I was doing this, but I'll focus right now. Both parties have been there, but good things have happened. Under Biden's presidency, a lot of really good, directly impactful to Americans' lives things were happening on the ground. The infrastructure bill, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act. All of these things brought American jobs back to America. I brought up the graph earlier. Let's see if I still have the graph. I might have closed out the graph. I don't have the... Wait, do I have the good graph? I do have the good graph. This is manufacturing spending in billions. This right here is the moment that Joe Biden got elected. This is how many billions of dollars have been spent on factories. Both parties have been in there, and the only times that anything good has happened has been when Democrats are in office. And that's just the fucking facts. Why are we looking at egg prices? Based. Yeah, but those are woke factories, true. And Biden did not get reelected, so what does that tell you? That there's a lot of really petulant fucking people in this country who think that their lives need to match that of the influencers that they see on the internet in order to be considered having a high quality of life. Unironically, the only thing that will get Americans to vote with their fucking brains is for them to see how fucking good that they've had it and for that to be taken away. I'm not an accelerationist, but the accelerationist in me has the most demonic fucking smile on because of this stuff. Infrastructure does not generate wealth. It temporarily gives some jobs and most to illegal immigrants. Top it off, we already had money set aside for infrastructure. Well, you're simply not... You're not right. Infrastructure does generate wealth because part of the infrastructure was building out energy infrastructure, and energy is a private industry. So I don't know where you're getting infrastructure does not generate wealth. If you're talking about roads and bridges, I don't know how you think trade happens in the United States or interstate trade. Yes, roads. The reason why we have such hardcore economic dominance over the entire world is because we have a huge country with a lot of resources and a lot of people that has roads that connect every single fucking city and town together. An interstate system that can get someone from one side of the country to the next in like 3 days. We have taxes that take care of roads. No, taxes pay for the roads. Yes. But the infrastructure, we didn't need it. We did need an infrastructure boost. We've been for longer than my entire life. I'm 29 years old. People have been trying to get a bill like this one passed, and no one has been able to do it. That's 29 years of our infrastructure barely even being maintained. Not improved upon, but maintained. Private companies make new roads as needed when constructing new buildings. Are you like an ANCAP? Is that like, because that's... cities maintain them? Sure. Okay, if you're talking about that... Okay. What do you think that I'm saying here? Do you think that we're building out whole new sections of the interstate system? We're maintaining, we're repairing. No, we're not building out entire new routes to the interstate system. We're maintaining and repairing, and if need be, yes, rebuilding. But this is the money that was going into, like, the money that we had set aside was simply maintaining crumbling infrastructure. Our infrastructure was rated, I think, when I was in high school, it was rated a D by the Army Corps of Engineers because we hadn't taken care of it. Biden gave money to the states and they decided what to do with it? Yeah. Kind of. Is that supposed to make me not like the bill? Because of how our government works? So a lot went to fund projects? Okay, well, there you go. You don't know how this works because they don't give them $10 billion and say, all right, now pinky promise that you're going to spend this on manufacturing. They don't do that. There's carrots and sticks. They made a nice sidewalk in my town. Okay. And is that supposed to make me not support the bill? Because I'm looking at billions of dollars being injected into our economy for jobs that are, you're right, temporary, because once things get repaired, they're repaired, right? Or to, maintain our stuff, or to build out a new manufacturing plant, or to build out a new energy infrastructure. Like, yeah, those would be like temporary injections of capital into our government or into our economy. But a long, thick walking road, how does that generate wealth? I can't speak directly to the tiny sidewalk in your little town. I could talk to the broad coverage that we've spent billions of dollars building out new stuff, and you can see where this money has gone, and the people who have gotten hired to build and fix things. We could go that route, or I could go the route that not every single thing that the government does has to be a 100% ROI. Public parks don't really generate wealth, but we probably want some of those because it makes living life in society a little bit better. Sidewalks might not generate a lot of wealth in a place like Houston, Texas, where I'm from, but just because not a lot of people are walking around doesn't mean that it isn't nice to have a sidewalk when you do have to struggle through the Houston summer heat. It's nice to not have to walk in the middle of the road. So yeah, you might have been able to pull out an example of something that's not perfectly economically efficient, but public parks are generally donated, the small ones. Okay. But you realize that that's not an argument against what I said, right? Because literally what I said was they don't have to be economically efficient. There are some things that the government does for us that don't maximize economic output, and that's good. That being said, the infrastructure bill did help our economy significantly. The land is given, so we don't need to pay for them. We just maintain. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just read up in the chat. I don't know what your point is. I don't even know if you're fucking arguing with me, or if you're arguing against the point that you think I'm saying, because the responses you're giving are not responding to the words that I'm saying. So I'm gonna continue, and if you need to explain yourself, you can try and do that in chat, and I'm gonna keep watching the video.
It starts to take away credibility. It starts to smack of desperation.
Credibility fading. Desperation coming out of the White House. And I can remind you...
Yeah, but we're not talking about donations. We're talking about... First it was where we should be putting investments, and then it was... is the entire point of investing in a community like always to maximize economic output? Just explaining things when you bring them up? Okay. Because it feels like you're trying to contradict what I'm saying, which makes me feel like I have to explain what I'm saying. Okay. Anyways.
Here's some of the other indications we've heard. Peter Navarro, the trade advisor, and others said they had dozens of deals, up to 90 deals in the works. If that were true, you would expect some of those deals to be announced, especially from such a PR-focused administration. We're still at zero. No announced deals. What we are announcing, what we are covering, what we are hearing is this talk of unsustainability, or people around Trump basically trying to give the markets some sort of cold comfort, some sort of hope was the word of the day yesterday. I showed you that in headlines if you happen to catch the news last night. And then these leaks and these indications that Trump will eventually back down, almost trying to will him towards the reality that the markets say is needed, that Walmart says he has about 2 weeks left to decide on, or we get empty shelves. Here's a quote. Tariffs could come down to between 50 and 65%. That would be slashing Trump's big China tariffs to, quote, de-escalate a trade war that has not gotten the United States or the administration anything so far. That's the Wall Street Journal quoting a White House official. Politico, referring to Trump's past explanation when he backed down partially, and saying another case of the yips taken together, it marks Trump's biggest economic climb down since the last one. Another indication of just how badly most of this stuff is landing. You can remember Trump did retreat on the reciprocal tariffs, camouflaging that in a 90-day pause, and backed down on his attacks against the Fed chair. They were beefing only because the Fed chair had made accurate points about the cost of tariffs. So there has been some retreating, but many of the key tariffs are still in place. There are no trade deals yet announced. And because this is starting as a market story, as I'm telling you tonight, we are, according to the big box retailers, 2 weeks away from it being a story that everyone's going to wake up to in a very, very literal way in their grocery stores, in their malls, in their big box stores. But right now we're hearing more from the market folks who catch this stuff first. Here's a billionaire investor, Ken Griffin. And he says, what Trump is doing has tarnished the American brand.
The American brand, right? The United States was more than just a nation. It's a brand. It's a universal brand, whether it's our culture, our financial strength, our military strength. America rose beyond just being a country. It was like an aspiration for most of the world. And we're eroding that brand right now.
True.
There's another brand here, which involves, of course, the business billionaire, richest guy in the world who's been tasked to do so much for the Trump administration, Elon Musk. And that's also eroding. We've seen a real backlash as people have started to understand how he is trying to do his version of pseudo-governing. And you can only call it pseudo because he didn't commit to what others do in giving up business interests or devoting himself to the public interest. He wants to do both. He wants to run his companies and parachute into different agencies and make big sweeping changes. So how's that going?
That moment.
Well, the new polling shows 47% of Americans view Tesla negatively, compared to only about a quarter positive. Half have a negative view of Musk, much, much higher negatives than positives. And Musk's power has been clipped a little. We were told in a cabinet meeting that leaked in the Times that Trump was pulling him back from some roles. Today, NBC reporting Musk got into a shouting match with the Treasury Secretary in the White House recently, clashing over who would really call the shots at the IRS. Musk has said he's going to reduce his role in this kind of work, and Tesla has seen a 70% drop in sales, and its overall
Jesus
market value, I showed you
dude.
the top 500 companies down, say, about 12%. Well, Tesla's faring worse. Down 41% means about half of the entire stock's value, the company value, has been wiped out since inauguration. Many investors and analysts say partly related to Musk trying to do it all, but not doing any job particularly well. Many Americans voting with their wallets. They say they will never buy Teslas again, and it is a consumer-facing product. We're seeing related anger at the town halls.
My concern right now, and I think I speak for a lot of Americans, is Elon Musk.
I'm worried about the power that Elon Musk has been given without any kind of election.
Are you willing to use your subpoena power to say, Musk, come in here, stand in front of Congress, and answer some hard questions? Are you going to subpoena him at some point?
Elon Musk and Doge have been authorized by the President of the United States.
What's so... It's something that I need to, like, figure out a way to get a real reading on this, you know, is... You know, you see these things being said at the at Republican town hall meetings, and it's like, Now, online, what I'm seeing from everybody is, you know, what I'm seeing from everybody online is that these are Democrats that are, you know, forcing themselves into Republican meetings, right? Trying to make Republicans look bad. But what if that's not the case? What if it is the case that maybe the Democrats, like, just kind of have a point that the tariffs are wrong? What if there are a lot more conservatives that are not okay with what's going on, but online has just so ultimately captured everything that we believe and see and perceive about the world that we... Now, the obvious response to this is, well, Sondsol, polling shows that these people are this retarded. But I have to find some way to find love for these people, okay? When you see the American brand in the world, it's from the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s are used for joke culture branding. There are still grease heads in Japan. I'm pretty sure we're still exporting our culture pretty heavily. It's not even a question. It's not even a difficult thought experiment. Everybody still copies us, you know?
Can we count on you to go back to Washington and demand immediate oversight into Doge and Elon Musk?
We do have an internet where people can find just about anything really fast. We have news, we have television news, you have YouTube, right? But it still takes time for big things to sink in. Sometimes people come up to me and they ask, does anyone care? Is anyone upset? Is this all just okay with people? Well, I just showed you in data of the whole country and in examples in the town halls and in all the other indications we have, no, it's not okay with people. There was a close election. They promised to do certain things. Among those promises were get prices under control and just help the economy go boom. Well, it went boom in a very different way, boom to bust. And now this is sinking in, and we're still weeks away from the very, very real crescendo that you could see in stores if, according to Walmart and other big, again, conservative leaving institutions, unless Trump backs down further on the tariffs.
One second. For some reason, the combat... Has anyone ever found a way to make combat in Elder Scrolls games fun? Are you fucking my ass? What was the other thing that we were going to watch? Don't use melee weapons? Oh, I thought I'd try doing something new. Wait, Destiny debate prep? Why is Andrew debating Destiny? Maybe you're just too low level. It's a fucking Elder Scrolls game, dude. Everything, it has level scaling. Registry for autism. Yeah, my sympathy. Yeah, no, it's I read about that yesterday. All right, I'm going to eat an edible. And while I'm running and eating an edible, you guys throw some stuff in chat. Actually, didn't they change the level scaling for the remaster? Oh, well, I don't know. I hadn't heard about that. If they had, then... One second, I'm just checking something on... Okay. Yeah, you guys... No one is willing to debate, so Destiny has to go to the only place. What do you mean? What is the only place? Is the only place the Crucible? Because it seems like... I don't know why from this, I'm getting the idea that they're going somewhere. Did I pre-order Switch 2? No, it's expensive. When the tariffs go away, I'll order the Switch 2. Andrew should crush him on the upcoming debate. link me. Okay, link me stuff to watch. Link me stuff Andrew or Destiny have said about their debate. And the third thing was what? Oh, and then get me a video on all the changes that they made in the Oblivion remaster so that I don't do stupid stuff like assume everything is scaled to my level. I just seen a tweet. It's on American Values on May 5th. Link it. Link it. Let's see here. Atheists for Liberty. Never heard of them. Come see Destiny take on Andrew Wilson in a heated debate on American values. Hosted by Atheists Liberty. May 6th, 7 through 9 at UT Knoxville. Oh, thanks. Okay.
And we're back with another episode of Before You Buy, that show where we give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. As usual, it's me here, Jake Baldino, and today we're taking a quick look at Oblivion Remastered. We're essentially jumping right into this with you guys. This was a shadow drop release. Nobody knew it was coming, other than if you followed the leaks and rumors. So both myself and co-writer Eric behind the scenes, we both jumped into it as soon as the game was available, and we got some first impressions and some thoughts. Now, me personally, I'm coming at this.
In faith that Andrew will do it the correct way. Destiny might be a sex pest, but he's not. Destiny could be 100% guilty of 100% of everything that everyone is accusing him of, and he would still be a more moral person than Andrew Wilson. I do not want Destiny to lose the debate, not because I want Destiny to win all the time and I just like Destiny, but because Andrew is fucking evil. If you support anything that's going on right now, and you're a content creator especially, and you're smart enough, which I know Andrew Wilson is, you have no fucking excuse. You can be a conservative and you can disagree with me and you can have different policies, but you gotta fucking recognize reality. I don't even know where I have. There it is.
Why did you sell Twitter back to yourself? X, I sold X to XAI, which is a shell company. No. XAI is a very real company that I own 54% of. It's actually the technology behind Grok. So Twitter's chatbot owns Twitter now? X. XAI owns X. Because Tesla's stocks are plummeting. Yeah, but let's take a step back for a second. Based off of publicly available information through a series of firms and shell companies and selling some of my own assets, I probably had like $5 to $10 billion left that I needed to get to buy X. So you leveraged like $10 to $20 billion in Tesla shares to get the loan, but now that the share prices are tanking, that means... Well, everyone's shares are tanking right now. Okay, well, the bottom line is that your collateral isn't worth as much, so now the bank's getting antsy. So I sold Twitter X, to pay back the loan. Not exactly. Never a simple fucking answer with you people. Why not? Well, for one, I lost $11 billion on the deal, but also I was paid with shares of XI, not cash. How could you possibly lose $11 billion when you sold something to yourself?
That's a good question.
Oh, it was on purpose. Bingo! Remember capital gains? Well, I just lost $11 billion on paper. So does the government give you, like, taxes back? What, are you rich? Oh, that's right. You're one of those guys. You used that very recently on Twitter. X. I said it. It's X. Since I lost $11 billion on paper, I could sell... I can sell assets until I hit $11 billion in capital gains without paying any sort of taxes. So you're just going to sell off like a ton of Tesla shares and then pay back the loan? No, I will probably sell off other assets and then pay back a little bit of the loan to take the pressure off, and then honestly, I'll probably buy more shares of Tesla. And why are you going to do that? Buy the dip, reconsolidate my power, the price is gonna go back up. So even when we fight back and it feels like we're making a difference, you use that as an opportunity to attach one of your toxic assets, Twitter, to a more impressive sounding AI company that you're getting a bigger stake in, while also walking away with more control of Tesla. We can only speculate, but you have hurt my reputation. You've made it harder for me to raise funds. You made me cry on Fox News. There's a reason that I am not sleeping at night, so don't lose faith. You fucked me, but don't expect me not to try to soften the blow. God, I really want to hurt you, but you make me so sad. Why is everybody so hateful and mean to me?
Okay. Really? Really? I don't get it.
As an Oblivion fan. Morrowind is still my favorite, but I have dumped a ton of hours in Oblivion back in the day. I never really fully replayed it, so I was looking forward to this. It seems like a good opportunity to jump back in. And what we got here is the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, and it's a looker. It's using Unreal Engine 5 for the visuals and the Creation Engine for the game logic. So this hybrid of new and old is just a lot more than we were expecting. The visuals have been completely overhauled with all the newest bells and whistles you'd expect from an Unreal Engine 5 game, with high resolution textures and completely new models for absolutely everything, like textures and stuff. It looks like a brand new game, but under the surface, it's the old Creation Engine, so it's essentially still the same game. It's got those original bones. It has what makes it special and kind of weird, but it's just a huge visual overhaul on top of it. The footage you see captured here is PC, but I also have some PS5 Pro impressions, and all this footage on screen is going to be spoiler free. Long story short, this isn't a Resident Evil 4 remake style, like total reimagining, but it's also not just some slapdash elevated port either. It's Oblivion as you remember it, but with significantly better visuals across the board. It's not a perfect...
Wait, hold on. We're not going to watch this if this is one of those things where it's like, oh, they only changed the visuals. Because if that's the case, I'm going to regret my fucking purchase. if the only purpose was to change the visuals, fuck. Oh, you have a fucking bow. That's right. Fuck. Okay, I guess we're using this. There's a video on Indian street food with a guy cutting beef strips with his sharp toenail. Jesus. I hate those fucking videos so much.
Re-release or anything like that. I think harder core Oblivion fans and some technical purists will have some issues with certain things, but I think definitely, like, if this is your first exposure to Oblivion, this is going to be fun for you to play. If you were only a Skyrim fan or something like that, essentially you're getting a whole new Elder Scrolls game. Sure, it feels a little bit old, but there's just a ton of good adventuring here. Because in 2007, Oblivion was a revolutionary game, but it really didn't take long for the shine to wear off on the visuals. This new remaster takes one of the weakest aspects of the original game and completely transforms it. And now we're looking at what is honestly probably one of Bethesda's better looking games. It is a little more washed out, maybe taking some inspiration from the visual direction of Skyrim there, but it still feels like Oblivion. I wish they had the color palette a little bit more one-to-one. There's a little bit more of like biome differences in colors here and there to really make it feel like it's not like repetitive looking when you're out around the Imperial City. But I say for the average player, it gets the job done. Color palette complaints aside, like everything looks better. Specifically like enemies, NPCs, weapons, and towns. Man, it's been so weird to walk around all these towns that we spent so much time in the past. And now they're like fully realized and fleshed out. The graphics aren't the only thing this remaster updated though. They have also added a few quality of life improvements here and there and added some new voice work to bring in a little vocal variety to the different races, because in the original game it felt like there were like 3 voice actors. But again, this is still otherwise the same game, warts and all. There was an almost slavish dedication to being accurate to the original experience. They even made sure that the new voice actors matched the sometimes stilted, awkward cadence of the original performances. A lot of the bugs and exploits from the original game are still possible here. It's clear that the developers behind this remaster had some love and respect for original Oblivion and wanted to keep things true to the original experience. The dedication is admirable, but we would have liked to have seen a few more tweaks here and there to really make it the definitive version of the game. A lot of Oblivion still holds up, but the occasional thing comes along that reminds you that, oh yeah, for as good as this game looks, you're still playing a game from 2007. And some of that stuff...
Yeah. Like, everybody's saying Morrowind is the best one, Morrowind is the best one. Morrowind is the one that had the best... concepts behind it, but you guys need to be realistic. If you guys didn't grow up playing Morrowind's not a fun game to fucking play. Why does your character look like the dock? The dock? Skyrim is the GOAT. No, I would say I feel like everybody likes the first Bethesda game that they played, right? Oblivion's my favorite one. But I would say that Morrowind probably has better concepts in it than Oblivion did, and better execution on some things than Oblivion did. Oblivion looks better, probably plays better than Morrowind does. Tried to play it on stream. It just wasn't fun. It wasn't fun to play, at least on stream. Okay. Skyrim, never liked it as much as I liked Oblivion. Oblivion is always significantly better to me. Skyrim gets boring way too fast. Yeah. Now it's been probably... One sec. I don't know how to tell. I don't... Like, it feels like I'm doing it right. For 16 gold, cool. By the time we reach level 40 in Skyrim. Well, I was saying earlier, I have never really found Bethesda games compelling with the combat. Like, I think that Skyrim had the coolest concept for like dual wielding magic. I liked that, right? And the like maintaining, you know, like flamethrower or some stuff like that. Wait a second. Wait a second. Go. Oh, fuck. It's on Game Pass. You know what? I should have checked that before purchasing it, because I think I've played it for too long at this point to return it. Yes. Fallout New Vegas beats everything. In terms of like being a good RPG, yeah, absolutely it does. I couldn't even play Fallout 4. Fallout 4 was unfucking playable. And it was... I knew that it was unplayable the moment that I saw the... Damn it. 1 second. I knew that it was unplayable the moment that I saw the dialogue. And like... That was back before I was like a big video game snob. Like I was a big gamer, but I wasn't like a big video game snob. I didn't have, you know, YouTube. I didn't watch YouTube to have my opinions formed by other people, right? And have them tell me why I should like Morrowind better or whatever. Fallout 4 was dog shit on its own merits. I couldn't fucking play it. And after playing Fallout New Vegas, couldn't play Fallout 3. I'm never playing Fallout New Vegas. I'm not dealing with those desert bugs. Desert bugs? Are you talking about the flies? Bro, you gotta play fucking Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas is good. One second. Oh my fucking God. Why? I don't understand. I don't want to lower the difficulty. But like, Jesus Christ. You know what? I am just going to lower the difficulty because the combat's not fun enough for me to feel like I'm getting better at it. It's literally just like swinging until the other person is dead. There. I love the atmosphere. See, what atmosphere? The atmosphere of Fallout 3 was boring at the time. Look at this guy wanting to enjoy the game. I'm actually kind of desperately wanting someone to come out with a combat overhaul that doesn't have like dog shit AI. Because, man, this game, if it had combat that made me want to play the fucking game, would be just about perfect. You should return the game while you still can. I'm pretty sure I can't. What is it, 3 hours of gameplay? Oh, well, maybe I can. No, I don't even see an option to return. Hmm. No, I got it. I got it. Sorry, I was looking at it. I didn't have chat up to see that you were giving me instructions. Sorry. Oh. Yeah, I likely won't be able to return it. Oh well.
Could have been cleaned up a little more, maybe. You know, there are improvements to the core gameplay here, and while they're relatively small, they do make somewhat of a difference. The third-person camera is way better, as is the animation when you're playing in third person, at least except for the running animation. It's kind of funny. But there's actual hit animations when you strike an enemy, which does go a long way towards making combat look just a little less stiff and awkward. It still feels older. It still doesn't feel quite as responsive or like feedback heavy as Skyrim, but it's just slightly elevated. Now, the mechanics of combat are mostly unchanged, but those little bits of hit stuns give you a little bit more feedback. But the updated UI is really good. I think they did a really good job walking a line here. It feels like classic Oblivion interface, but it's a lot more usable and easier to navigate. It's not the best menu, like it's not a complete overhaul. You still have to scroll through a lot of menus to find anything, and certain important items could have been sorted better. Like, it would have been nice if like we got an actual notes tab or something in the inventory, but either way, I think this is another case where they wanted to be accurate to the original experience, so the actual menu options are the same. They just cleaned up the UI to make everything a little bit more.
Did you enjoy the Pussy Game video? Gas, I was waiting for you to say something so that I could ban you from chat. That was the most ungodly, like, difficult to get through video I've ever seen in my entire life, bar none. Not even a question. Jesus Christ.
More readable and more at a glance friendly. They also added sprint, and it makes a hell of a difference. Pretty much works like it does in Skyrim, but this game has a lot of long stretches and a lot of traveling, really long distance. I will say the icons and the map icons and stuff are measured in steps, which is weird. You usually see distance measured in like miles or kilometers or something like that. Steps is kind of an interesting choice. It threw me off a little bit, but the sprint, again, just makes such a difference going from A to B, especially some of the Oblivion gates, which do still feel like a slog at the end of the day, but being able to sprint through them, I really appreciate. Oh, and now when you level up, you actually get to allocate stats. So you're no longer completely reliant on Oblivion's traditional stat growth. That means that even if you're only ever leveling up your magic skills or something, you can still put some points into strength and endurance if you want. It's a simple but welcome change that gives you a bit more control over your character's growth and not really get too boxed in. Character building is still a really good experience, like picking your stuff and going out there. And just to mention it, you can still make weird freaks in the character creator. All the faces still have some of that Oblivion vibe, but the character creator is once again detailed enough to just make a cool person or the strangest thing you've ever seen. And faces out there are very interesting. They look much.
I've seen some incredibly detailed and highly accurate, and therefore incredibly distressing. What do you call it? JD Vance memes. I gotta say, guys, it was a mistake ever making those. You know what? It's just not worth even carrying these. I think we're good.
Better. Emperor Uriel Septim looks a little weird, a little uncanny. You know, it threw me off. It took me a second to get used to, but obviously he's not around too long. But anyway, like I said, you build out your character. You essentially go through a pretty early dungeon. Then you open a door and suddenly you're thrust out into the open world. And the choice is all yours. That's where the fun really begins. And one annoying thing about some recent re-releases and remasters and stuff like that is that they try and nickel and dime you with new versions of the DLC, but Oblivion here is doing it right. It straight up just has every single official add-on from the original. So like you get the Shivering Isles expansion, which is great. Knights of the Nine is in the game, and all the little add-on packs are also accounted for. And yes, that includes the infamous horse armor, which changed the world. They are cheekily selling again as part of the quote-unquote deluxe package. In this case, it's more horse armor. The original sets actually come with the base game. It's funny that they're just doing it again. I don't support microtransactions and stuff like that, but I don't know, it's just kind of funny. The Shivering Isles are particularly stunning, but everything in this remaster just looks very good. As long as you're like willing to roll.
It just has the Shivering Isles, and I'm fucking sitting here in this dungeon? For what purpose? I love the Shivering Isles. That's my favorite, it's my favorite thing in the entire goddamn setting. What do I want? Wait a second. Just be a Templar. Oh, I'm just going for like a little bit of everything, because I never do. I always do a bow character, so I just thought I'd do something a little bit different. This game was so good. Yeah, I remember playing Oblivion for the first time on my friend's Xbox because we were too poor to afford one, and I remember seeing the when I loaded it up, I was in front of the Imperial City. That was a religious experience for me back then, dude.
With the newer, slightly more desaturated visual style that we mentioned earlier. It's definitely a little bit more brown and gray than the classic game, but overall, I think it works. The lighting effects in particular are understated, but they look very, very good and make the world really pop at night this time around compared to the original, where everything just looked really empty and flat at night. This is a really, really big improvement. Again, for me, I just kind of miss the big, deep, bright, high contrast blues and greens and, you know, the kind of dreamlike lighting of the original.
The Thieves Guild. I have, you know what? I have played every single fucking like major side quest in this game except for the Mages Guild and the Thieves Guild. Let's say I just need to get my shit repaired. First console I bought was Xbox, and the first game I played on it was Morrowind. First game that I remember playing was Ocarina of Time. Oh, wait, hold on. Why am I... You can get 100 sneaky right at the start? Well, yeah, but it's not as fun, is it?
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Okay, let's sell some shit.
That's a fair deal.
How do I sell more than one at a time? Because that's annoying as fuck. Hassan went full parasocial and typed in H3's chat today asking for a debate and calling the audience deluded. The stream was for paying members only. That's embarrassing. As well, I've said I'd talk to you numerous times. Not sure why your audience is deluded. We'll set it up soon. I'm trying to go home, brother. Jesus Christ. That's embarrassing, dude. That's embarrassing for fucking Hassan. Why does he feel the need to go into Ethan's chat to fight? Hasn't he basically won? He's got everyone to fucking think that Ethan is an evil person. One second.
Tell your friends about.
Let's see if I can remember how to do this.
Go ahead.
It doesn't show you his face changing. Okay.
You win this one. You're full of it. That's really funny.
Oh, shit. Wait.
Don't be silly.
Wait, what the fuck? How can you tell which one you've done?
You're pathetic. You win this one. Don't be silly. That's really funny.
All right, let's keep buttering this guy up.
That's great. I can't argue with. I'm not buying blah, blah, blah. What a bore.
Can't you rotate it once?
I can't argue with that. Don't make me. Where'd you get? Was that supposed to be a compliment? You've got a point. That's great. You're was that supposed to be a compliment?
Okay, we're almost done.
That's really funny. That's enough. Don't be silly.
One more time.
You're full of it. I'm not buying that one. You win the. That's great. How's it go again?
Okay. Let's see if we got better prices now.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
No, we don't. Really? Or haggle.
I can't do that.
There we go.
An excellent bargain.
All right. And he has fucking nothing that I want, of course.
A pleasure to serve you.
He thought the content cop was going to be a nuke and make Ethan disappear or bend the knees, so now he's upset. That, yeah, it seems like that's the only possible way to read this, right?
Have a look around. You
Okay, this guy. How much gold do I have? 251.
A fine bargain for you. You're a fine negotiator.
Okay.
Pleasure to serve you.
But what they've done still here, I think, will work for a player. And like I said before, specifically for new players new to Oblivion. Some of the forests don't really have that same lushness, that same feel of the original game. But where you lose that, you just get a ton of details in the towns, the actual foliage and flowers and water and rocks and stuff like that. And keep in mind, this is a good remaster, but at the end of the day, you're still playing an almost 2-decade-old game with a new coat of paint. So for new players, there might be some friction. The quest log is just as weird and sometimes vague as it ever was. For the main quest, everything is made nice.
See, I liked the quests that had vague things where you actually had to look for them. You know, I don't like the fact that you can just follow the cursor, the whatever it is, to every single objective, the objective marker to every single objective. I feel like that's such a boring way. It's like playing with cheats, you know? It's like playing with cheats. Why do I need this telling me exactly where to go the entire time? It seems like the opposite of having fun in a video game.
And clear, but for smaller side quests, it can be kind of confusing to figure out what you want to do next sometimes.
Catch you later.
Sometimes the quest
Replay.
log doesn't even update when you get new information, so you better pay attention to your surroundings and what NPCs are telling you. And there's a lot of general jankiness of Oblivion too. You know, the scripted sequences, like how they play out, to how quests trigger that can lead to a lot of, you know, immersion-breaking little moments, and that's just part of the experience. There are bugs, and it's not just Creation Engine jank anymore. Now it's got like a whole layer of Unreal Engine jank on top of it. So you might get the occasional weird thing like robes not rendering properly, or this incredible physics bug that we managed to capture where a Clanfear just went completely apeshit, flying all over the place like an out-of-control bottle rocket. And then in my instances, I definitely stumbled across a lot of enemies that just didn't notice you or kind of remained frozen and not really doing anything. It wasn't like often, but I did experience it a few times here and there, so it's worth pointing out. Also, on PC, the game did manage to crash a few times, just a full-blown Unreal Engine crash. It wasn't constant, but it did happen more than once. At least the game has autosaves constantly now, so you're not going to lose much progress if something like that happens. Now, on PC, performance-wise, we didn't have too many issues, but I will point out that Eric played on PC, I played on PS5 Pro, and unfortunately, I'm a bit disappointed with performance. I expected a little more. This is like a remaster of a very old game, and it unfortunately does have some stuttering when you're wandering out in the open world. There are 2 modes, you know, like performance or fidelity or whatever. I keep it on performance, and while you're in dungeons and stuff, it's pretty smooth. Exploring the open world.
Hold on. This is medium? Jesus Christ. We played Baldur's Gate 3 with the new patch, adding 12 new subclasses. Here's the thing. Just when it comes to what? That's why. What was I saying? Oh, when it comes to playing games on stream, the problem is that a lot of those games are really difficult to do on stream. They're just like not good stream games. Oops, I didn't mean to drop that, but okay. Sondsol did not like Witness. No, I did. It's just like, man, playing games on stream is kind of difficult because people don't stick around just to watch me play video games. Like, I'm pretty sure if I was to look at my viewership right now, it's probably not in the high... Fuck, it's probably not even in the high singles. Yeah, 4 people watching there. And 4 people watching there. So we got 8 people watching, you know? So it would be cool to play Baldur's Gate type game or something like that. But I would need like a crew to do it. And I would have to like not care about stream at all. Play Timberborn. You keep on telling me to play that. What is that about again? Oh, wait, hold on. Resi and Duck need a third? I don't know who Duck is. Also, I don't know if Resi would put up with me. There's like a couple of things, but like one of the big things is also finding the time, right? Because like I would have to, one, not give a fuck about anything going on with stream, right? Like just simply not give a fuck about it at all, right? And then the other thing would be the amount of time that goes into it is just ridiculous. Giant beavers building dams to survive drought. I don't know what that is supposed to mean.
World does have the occasional frame hitches. You know, it's not dropping down to like 20 frames per second or anything disastrous, but it's not it's not as smooth as butter as I was hoping. You know, they are charging $50 US for this game, and again, it's a game from 2007, so I was just hoping that performance would be a bit more rock solid here, man. And the thing about the Oblivion remaster is that you have to take the good with the bad. It's an old game, and like we said, it shows. Okay. But the original Oblivion just had a lot of really good stuff with it. it, especially some of the quests. And they're all retained faithfully here. Stuff like the Nightmare quest, or the one where you enter the Painted World, or of course, like the legendary whole Dark Brotherhood thing. All that stuff is here, and the game is better for it. Also, a main quest that I think is still pretty underrated. It's got some memorable moments. It's got some good performance, like some good voice acting. And this game just has endless charm. It did then, and it does now. And I'm so glad to see that. On the other hand, there's stuff like the universally reviled level scaling system. If you're wondering if they fixed that or changed it really in any way, it seems like they didn't. It seems exactly the same. With the same overly beefy enemies and the same bandits with glass armor. It's just as immersion breaking and annoying as ever. Enemies get beefier as you level up in the remaster, so just like they did in the original. So just like that 2007 version, it just feels like leveling up makes you weaker, not stronger. The enemies keep getting tougher while your growth feels more limited. It's annoying, and in terms of immersion, it just doesn't really make the most sense. Like, why does this tomb that originally just had some...
One second. What the fuck is that? I know a lot about what goes on. The fuck is that supposed to be? Oh, thanks, Nair. I feel like I would remember a giant tower on top of a mountain in Oblivion, of all places. Of all games, rather. Hold on. Okay, keep going. We need to finish this video.
Low-level skeletons and ghosts, suddenly now that I'm level 29, is filled with way more dangerous, crazy enemies. Like, it only makes sense in terms of game balance, but with a remaster this authentic, I guess they didn't really have a choice. They had to stick with this because it's how the whole game was built. We would have preferred if they changed it to something closer to how, like, Skyrim handles enemy scaling, with designated high and low-level areas where there's more variation, but the entire quest system...
What is he talking about with Skyrim? Were there higher level areas in Skyrim? Where? Orange Pepsi? Huh. I still want to try Crystal Pepsi.
Like I said, I guess it's just built around all of Oblivion's level scaling. So I guess it wasn't an easy fix. The only other negatives we can really think of is that some PC commands, if you're playing on PC, some still work, like the really simple ones like give item, but other stuff doesn't. And the fact that the game doesn't seem like it's going to support mods is unfortunate, because that's kind of part of the whole appeal when people come to Bethesda games like this. I'm sure some crazy people will crack this open one way or another, but more official mod support would have been really, really appreciated. So for better or worse, that's really the gist of the Oblivion remaster here, at least with our first-hand experience, right? It's very much good for people to play Oblivion for the first time.
Can someone explain to me for a fucking second why medium difficulty, it takes me 3 swings to kill them, and I can just stand there and jerk off while maintaining eye contact with them while they shoot me with bows and arrows. But the second that I tick it up 1 degree more difficult, suddenly, every time I swing my sword, it chips off like a 64th of their fucking health. Jesus Christ. I want to have fun with a fucking Bethesda title, please. Realism would be I stab you once and you bend over and cry until you bleed out. I get the feeling that this wasn't the road to Coral. Oh, wait, maybe.
Pay up or else. That's fine. This. Oh, what's the matter?
Look at this. I can just tank the fucking hits. Fucking loser.
You're hardcore obsessed with Oblivion and you still know it ins and outs, it might not feel like exactly what you want or what you really imagined in your head. But still, at the very least, I'm glad that the developers didn't really compromise. They kept all the weird crap in here. They kept the parts of the game that are flawed, while also having all of those special moments and just making some of those towns, areas, and NPCs way more beautiful. Honestly, I can't help but just be corny here and be excited for people to experience Oblivion for the first time. The first time you see an Oblivion gate is a holy shit moment. The first time you step out of that first dungeon and see the open world is still a holy shit moment. Jumping into the Shivering Isles DLC is a holy shit moment.
Interesting. Well, isn't that cool, guys? Isn't that fun? Alrighty. Well, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to end stream. It is, oh my God, almost 11:30 here, and I haven't eaten since 10 in the morning. And I'm starting to realize that I'm starting to get like vision swimming because I don't have enough blood sugar. Let's see. Is there anything to talk about before I head off? No, I don't think so. I think we're good. How do I... Exit game. Five-day fast? I wouldn't last. I know it. But anyways, yeah, keep your eye on the Discord for more info on possible stuff with Tim Pool. I'll talk about it there. I'll probably be streaming more often in the near future, so that's fun. I think that's it. Oh, and I'm going to make the note thing that we were making earlier, the obsidian thing. I want to make this open to select people if you want to contribute to it. So if you want to do that, hit me up on Discord or Twitter, something like that. But until I see you guys again, I love you guys very much. I'll catch you guys next time. What note? We're making it the ultimate. This is our research note for basically anything that we might do. All right. Love